What is up? And happy Tuesday to one and all. Look at that. You survived the first day of the week. You're getting a little bit deeper. We're going to try to ease the transition, you know, get you over that hump with some top tier games. That's right. Midweek muster returning. As always, you know, we've just got you locked and loaded for Tuesdays. Look at that bracket. We have got V versus Voldemar happening today. He's already ready in the chat to do some research on other people's maybe happenings here. We're going to have Numudan versus Myriad. Winner of that up against Louis MT. We then also got CSO Scatterbrain into winner versus Anatand. And maybe, just maybe, we're able to sliver a semi-finals today. We'll have to see what the stars have in store. We are kicking off with Numudan versus Myriad. Interesting matchup, actually. I think these two are like pretty tightly matched, so it should be an entertaining one. And what's that? If it isn't the most dangerous bird in the block. Yeah, and like don't be fooled by the rocks that I've got, because I'm still KP from the block. I used to have a little. Now I have not a lot. No matter where I go, I keep ending up back here. Damn, that last piece didn't rhyme. We were so close. Anyway, we have got a fun set. I'm looking forward to this because we're also... I had a little glance at like the draft. We're going to be seeing a different Civ on Excavation. Myriad's going to be opening this series with Malians here. I'm a little bit surprised, actually, because like I mean, dude, we got Coastal Cliffs and Dry Arabian. You drafted Byzantines. I'm not sure why you wouldn't just go Biz here. Like, Biz is very good on Excavation, I think. So, I mean, like, I'm trying to think of some of the worst civs you could actually use on Excavation. I think Malians is definitely up there because they just don't have that many uses for stone. And what is up, Faplop? I have many uses for subs like that. Thank you very much. Do appreciate you. Dropping on by and dropping those subs nice and early. What a legend. Dropping on by. How are we doing so far? Yo, like, are we... Oh, that's not bad. We're 43 out of 100 on our plus goal already for the month. Took us some way to go, but that's a damn good start at the halfway mark. I do, however, want to see that number moving more. So keep reminding people to use Upper GX. I mean, it's free to do. And it supports the channel. Puts more money in our pockets so we can do more tournaments, more things. I am figuring out what we're going to be doing for Friday's Shem match. I'm not sure we're going to have a new map ready. I didn't really aim to have a new map ready for that per se. I thought we could actually use the existing new maps and some other maps to create an interesting formula. But I'm locking in the players now. It's probably going to be Anatan versus B for the Hims Cup show match on Friday. It seems like they're probably going to lock in. And it's just a matter of figuring out format. And then the next week we'll be switching over. Maybe we'll have our new game mode ready. I've had one of the modders working on in the background. I haven't had a chance to try it personally yet, though. So it should be fun. Anyone plays in KPML will gift a sub. Damn, there you go. Like, one, they're coming through. Where to do Matt? I need everyone who's like in KPMM to just come on by. Because I get money out of Faplop. That's like a pretty good deal for me, actually. I'm gonna need someone to be a fake Louis MT for me, please, as well, if you can. Because I don't think CSO has got a Twitch account. I don't think Louis does. I don't think I've ever seen Louis in a Twitch chat. So that's kind of an interesting thought. Oh, what do you think, guys? Do I gummy bear or do I melon today, by the way? I can't decide. They do both sound good. I have got some apricot and strawberry ones inside, but I think I forgot to refrigerate them. And I still haven't received my Red Bull package. I don't know, man. I'm starting to think I got lost. Melon? Again? This man likes the melons too much. Oh, I do have a strawberry in there as well. One of these little bad boys. Seems appropriate. Seems we're starting Malians and they do like their red. Damn, my throat. It's not into gummy bears? Me neither. But it like hits the spot. It's actually, so like the actual name of it isn't gummy bears. The actual name is... I don't know if it's going to focus because like it's probably not because my camera does this thing where it like focuses at a certain layer. But that's iced vanilla berry is what it's called. And then the other one is apricot and strawberry, which is a bit funky. It works. Emma keeps stealing those. I guess we'll be a melon boy. All right. First here today is ready to hop into, though. Let me mark it up on the map. We're going to be having Malians versus Lancaster. Damn, now I don't want to go in game. This song is so hype. It is a remix from the Smash Bros. Tune. And it is truly a banger. Anyway. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. We need to switch back over to game cap for AoE 4. Because, of course, we had a fun with Diplomacy Not an Option. By the way, if you didn't check it out when we last done it, ! Diplomacy and go have a look. It is a really cool game. We had a lot of fun with that. And yes, I can see the map has once again decided to be cursed. I don't get it. I literally lock where the map would be, and then it just does that every time. It's so random. All right, whatevs. I think we're Gucci. Let's crack open our Red Bull and get ready to get underway. Mixture of live and record series today, by the way, guys. One and all, welcome to another new pick on this fantastic new map. We're back on Excavation, the map where you have to dig if you want to get relics. In fact, it feels more like I'm playing that Dwarven co-op game. Oh my god, I've forgotten the name of it now. Where we have to dig deep into the crustaceans to find the goodies. Because on this map, no relics exist by default. So we've seen very different priorities for people in drafting, especially in best of threes here in Midweek Muster number 24. And Myriad's taking that a little bit further. Marlene's definitely a highly valuable pick in the current drafting systems, but I would not have expected this. Marlene's picked on a map where you can generate a lot of stone. Well, well, clearly, KP, he's going for the 2 TC. Wait a second. It's not that. Remember, TCs for Marlene's do not cost stone. So I'm a little bit flummoxed as to what the concept is here on this map. You could argue Marlene's, like, they benefit in a way because other people don't. And what I mean is that they don't need the relic gold, right? Marlene's function very well on gold income infinitely without those because they have got the gen from the pit mines of the Mancer. So maybe there's a theory here for Myriad that, you know, against most civs, when they go Castle Age, they don't have enough gold gen unless they can get relics. You don't have to care. I'm curious to see what he's going to do with it. We are going to get the Donzo opening, which is a little bit surprising. I guess maybe he's feeling threatened by Lancaster. Yeah. In fairness, this is a matchup where Lancaster can use these spears not just for capturing the relic locations, but they can use it for aggroing onto your gold. So it does make sense why Myriad would react defensively to this. There was a time where a lot of Marlene players didn't like doing these Donzo plays into the Spearman spam. But I think players have gotten quite comfortable with the execution. Not being overly greedy and not just wasting too much time either. I wonder, does Numudan actually go for the garrison? Yes. It's looking a little bit like what he actually might be doing. I don't want to jinx it, man, but like this could end up making sense for maybe a like Abbey of King's build to keep the pressure up. Yeoman plus spears is pretty interesting into Marlene's because if they play into javelins, you just kite them, and if they play into archers, well, they're building a worse archer than you. And also, although your economy is a little bit weak with that type of concept of an all-in, you have to remember that if Marlene's aren't building javelins, they're not using the gold that well. Go stone for a wonder play. Oh, of course. I forgot that we're watching Myriad versus Numudan. So, like, the games on average are probably going to be 50 minutes long. We'll still be in this first series of the day when, like, B Voldemar and, like, Anatan series starts and everything else, you know? Numudan did stop at 3 spears, by the way. So kind of a bait and switch, I guess. Makes sense. The moment you see Donzos being spammed by your opponent, if you don't want to pull a villager straight away, like there's no point in. Oh, I'm sorry. What was that, Doubters? What up? But like KP, you're a little bit too obsessed. We've got to get you back from the ledge. The Abbey of Kings is not optimal. It is not the way. Well, guess what? A sweet, sweet Swede is here to agree. We've got Abbey of Kings coming from Numudan. This is interesting now. Because you could keep scaling spears, and interesting interaction here is you get the Lords of Lancaster in, your spears will beat Donzos in combat. Because Donzos cost more, but they have the same amount of HP. What they have is more effective HP, though, because of the melee armor. But if you add in an extra 20% health, that extra 1 melee armor don't mean squat. Numudan is already forced off the gold, so we won't see a spam up on the Lord of Lancaster straight away. In theory, you actually can quite easily get back on track, because remember, the first one is going to be queued up for free. Manticore coming on the other side, so nothing too unorthodox there. Man, what does he want to do with this? Does he really want to, like, just go into Yeoman? He could technically actually just play into Mana still, that's fine. He is now capturing the back, right? Yeah, so we have got a scout moving out, so this will be kind of an organic mana play, gradually over time by the looks of it. Okay, maybe not gradually. Whoa, he's forcing it. Yeah, 3 on the stone. Wait. Hold on a sec. So you don't need to build Lancaster Castle to use manas? That's crazy. Not against civs like Marlians. Marlians are typically a little bit more defensive and a little bit more greedy. So you get to be greedy in response. So you have to think of it this way. You know, what's the thing that Marlians hate the most? It is 2 TC builds. Well, isn't a mana a little bit like a 2 TC build? Just in some ways more optimal. Is it a good idea to use one build for stones to slowly add manas while attacking? I think for Numudan, maybe the concern here is there's burst attack points, but consistently attacking into Marlians is difficult to do. They just get rewarded more and more the more you just waste time trying to dive their base. So while I have no doubts there'll be windows of opportunity to attack, I don't think Numudan just wants to be in that non-stop push phase with no real key eco objective in mind. Because like what happens there is your opponents just start spamming javelins and donzos and gradually builds into branches. In fairness, donzos should be quite hard to justify in this matchup because of what's coming from Numudan. And remember what I said, with the Yeoman Javelin interaction, javelins in theory, yes, very good. But in reality, what can happen there is because you have the same range, but Yeomans are quicker, they can sort of in and out and finesse some shots more easily. You also have that really frustrating interaction where if you drop the lines in a fight, let's say this is my back line and this is your back line. Here's our front lines. Well, interesting interaction. My back line needs to hit your front line, but your back line needs to hit my back line. You see where the conundrum comes there when they have the same range. I can kite all the way back until your javelins are basically in my spear line. So this is a really strong comp for Numudan. Why is this second pit mine in no man's land? It's just vibing. You only get 1 gold, I think, guaranteed quite close to the base. The second one sometimes is like up on the high ground just about. I think this is the comparative one for Myriad. Okay, so Myriad has been forcing the archers. And we said about how this would feel a little bit frustrating to have to do because now your opponent just has better archers anyway. Yeah, sometimes having to diversify the comp further doesn't lead to a powerful team, right? It actually weakens the team. You know, too many cooks in the kitchen sort of thing. Looks like he's going to contest him on the second pit mine. Donzo's not looking too healthy, but good kite, good kill. Yeah, getting rid of the scout is nice for Numudan, but it definitely cost him a little bit of momentum there. If it wasn't for that chase on the scout, I think this would have been a more even trade. So instead, he does have to back away. But kind of achieved the objective, right? He was able to kill the scout, so Myriad playing quite blind. And then on top of that, his opponent didn't rush the houses. He had to pull the villager back. Now, what's interesting is, I'm pretty sure Myriad did see the stone, so he's aware there's mana spam coming. What he may not be aware of is how quick the mana spam is. It's already going to be the third one added in. And Numudan is now already on his way towards condensed land practices. Yeah, and think about what Myriad has done here. Myriad has just built an army that is 50% ranged. At this stage, it means he has limited burn power. Even if he could, he'd have to dive the TC. I do find it comical when people leave these tiny gaps, by the way, between manas and TCs. I don't know why. It's really not necessary. Because it's not enough for a farm. If you left one more gap, it would make sense a little. But I think the issue with leaving one more gap is then some of your manas aren't in TC range. They can get torched. I think Marlians was a bad pick for this map. Yeah, I'm not seeing the plan still. I'm a little bit confused as well. Like, it's just, like I said, probably the worst civ in the game. Easily bottom 3 for using Forgotten Ruins for their stone gen. You just don't get anything of value out of it. Interesting choice to poke here from Myriad. It's just tricky on the retreat. Like, we've seen that Yeoman movement speed difference. And his jabs, they're not even actually targeting the Yeoman. Finally, we're going to switch over targets, but Numudan cheekily tries to bait him in. And Myriad's front line is dying a little bit too fast. But for Numu, he doesn't have to commit hard, remember? Like, for him, he now has scaling on his side. I wonder, is Myriad now going to make this a race? Just rush the ranchers, maybe? Yeah, he is. Okay, so we have an eco off. The Numudan is already ready to add in almost 2 more manas. Oh god, yeah, he's almost ready to be at 6. So 4th is there. 5th now being built. The final stone sliver is going to be coming in shortly. This is a really, really good timing for Numudan. And you see what I mean about the Lancaster Castle. Like, there are alternative ways to play manas without needing the Lancaster Castle. Now, one thing he is going to miss out on is that very potent tech of Muster the Nobles, where you get the Demi-Lancers. But the thing is, guys, like, Demi-Lancers, like, what is the use against Malians? What are you going to do there? They camp in their base. So, really, where Demi-Lancers are useful is when they're able to raid. So, they're able to find things on the flanks, like traders, or they catch you in a castle timing, they catch your monks. Well, no monks coming here. I really dig what Numudan is cooking with here. In this type of matchup, I just don't think it makes much sense. And then the second contract into the Summon Yeomans, probably can't use that too quickly in a game, just in case your opponent goes mass jabs anyway. Now, I wonder, does Numudan maybe look for an Ulsgard switch when he eventually does tech here? Could make a lot of sense. Ulsgard are pretty good here because even though you're up against the Mansa Musafadi, rather, the Musafadi versus Ulsgard movement speed difference isn't substantial like it is with Men-at-Arms versus Musafadi. And you also get a free hit on them when they're charging in on you. Not to mention just how tanky those Ulsgard will be when he has mass lords at the age up. Meanwhile, in the land of Myriad, what do I do with 250 stone? Guess we could throw the rocks at him. Oh wait, does it say Enlightened Horizon again? Why does it say Enlightened Horizon? It should. For God's sake. Thank you for eyeballs. Yes, just to remind people, this is not Enlightened Horizon. It is Excavation. I need to harass Cal and get him to add this map to the book. So I think this map will be featured in additional content. Deserves to be. Well, Clash is more or less just turning into backline versus backline. And when you think about that number, it looks like one that Numudan's clearly winning. It's pretty much just Donzo's to hold here, and that's worrisome. You're just seeing how he's struggling actually up against the Lords of Lancaster. This is where Musafadi probably would have made a bit more sense, and if you look at Myriad's macro, definitely supports it when he's got 600 surplus gold. Yeah, ugly affair. Fight over, and all of a sudden, double the firepower for Numudan is scaling. This is cool, though. I don't know. I would be curious to kind of pick Myriad's brain on what the thought was with this. Because Myriad had played this map before in the round of 32. So he didn't just hop in unbeknownst to what the map was. He's seen it at least once. There's literally no value for the stone. I mean, you could make... Maybe this is like an argument for some weird... almost inspired by H3 outpost defense when you tech. So you start building outposts here and you get like triple Springald with Fulani to stop your opponent diving. He can steal stone for gold. Oh yes, yeah, that's definitely what the Malians need more of, gold. Like yes, for some reason we've convinced people to buy these rocks by paying us with shiny rocks. Idiots. Deadline actually doesn't get taken down by Numu. I think he's just going to wait for the tech now. Things that are going well for Myriad is limited. Like, the sofas are already counted by spears. I don't know. I get why he doesn't want to go Musafadi, but it would at least have given him a quick solution to the Lords of Lancaster. I wonder if you could actually have just done Javelin Archer. It sounds really weird, but you're going to be kiting and defending in your base anyway. So maybe, like, mass range would perform better against what Numudan's doing here. But then you would have had no counterattacks. So, like, the manas are as free as they can get. They already feel as free as they can get. Pitmine does get burnt down. Looks like some of the troops are going to get punished. In the meantime, though, there's going to be a dive to the other side. And the village is the siege shelter. Are you kidding me? Follow the breadcrumbs. 5 villagers tried to run back. All dead. Ay, ay, ay. Denial on the remaining deer as well. Food is still accessible on the south side for Myriad, but that is a hit that is going to hurt. Especially when you realize your opponent is going to beat you to the castle age. Reinforced outposts do indeed cost stone, but even though he done it here, I mean, like, well, he tried to run away from it. It didn't really serve its purpose either way. I think he's just been... Has he been selling the stone now? No, so he just spent it on fortifications, I think. Oh, King's College on the way, folks. This is looking pretty grim right now for Myriad. Villager does get vacated to the afterlife. But you can afford those losses if you're Numu. Tech out complete. He's already got the 6 manas. Upgrades are already in the way. Grand Food lining now to Mirror. But one of the big advantages you have as Malians is how quick you get your veteran Cs. That advantage is not going to be there due to the difference in tech timing. So your opponent's going to mirror with an army double the size. And remember, javelins tend to start feeling a little bit underwhelming, castle compared to feudal, in terms of like the archer exchanges. And the more I think about these guys, the more I'm just convinced they can actually like trade out and win against Malians quite well. It's intriguing because of the movement speed. It's extra health, remember. It's stockpiling more now with these upgrades coming through. Lords of Lancaster also do auto upgrade. Nami is going to force a vacate of the tree line. Wait, no, vacate the tree line. He's not even doing that. Ballsy to hang around. Sofas do intercept some reinforcements. 2-for-1 exchange. Kind of feel like Numudan's here to stay, though. Ranged damage 2 just around the corner. At which stage, the Yeoman will be hitting for 9 damage into the 4 ranged armor. Soon to be 5. In fact, he might just start trading out here. Numbers look really good. He's even got synchronized shot on the way now. And remember that these yeomen don't die easily because of the Lords of Lancaster. So it's not enough to just go for that backline because you can end up trading inefficiently. You need to snipe those big boys as well. Numu, willing to brute force this. Frontline practically already all gone. A few so far are going to be diving into the Bane. Might be able to find some targets. Unfortunately for him, Numudan already quick off the mark, switching into crossbows. We'll have the solution. And the numbers just look too good to deny here. Now, this is a raw out number. Synchronized shot is just, what, 25 seconds away? There won't be an army left to shoot it into at this rate. Man, Yeoman just looking solid here in this trade out. So there you go, guys. It's not your longbow versus javelin experience when you add Yeoman into the equation. It wasn't just about them, though. I think this Lord of Lancaster play really paid off. I think this is the thing that maybe is the wake-up call. I get to be the smug, I told you so guy. Because I've been swearing by Abbey of Kings. I think like there's something there that's undeniable. The Lancaster Castle is definitely the safe, I don't need to do anything, you need to do something option. But if you want to go for aggressive lines, the Lords are insanely effective. It's not just the fact that you're getting a very tanky men-at-arms unit at a reasonable price in Feudal Age. It's the fact that it's then buffing your army as you scale it. Lords of Lancaster have a great position in the game as an early tempo unit. But then the funny part is in the hyper late game, they also blast back into the equation. Because it's like having elite army tactics times 2. I think the only area they can be a little bit weird is in the mid game, where you might not be able to consistently like match the pump. Late game, like some of the concern is usually going to be around the fact that like the hero units get muddied in and you can't always guarantee they'll be in the fight because it turns into a meat grinder. But I think that's when you just play them a little bit more further back in the fights intentionally. So definitely micro-oriented, but very valuable. Like if you have an army of 50 units and you're adding an extra 20% health on there, it's like having 10 extra units. You're sacrificing 4 population. Sure, that's like 4 population that's not really going to be used to damage in the fights, but for the extra like population efficiency of health, very much worth. It's why theoretically units like Golems should be insanely good in the late game. Cataphracts, what else are we missing? Basically anything that has like high HP, high damage burst, very valuable because it doesn't occupy additional spaces. That's why historically Abbasids in the late game always spam camels. Once you're completely pop locked, it doesn't get much more efficient than that. Nice hit on the flank though, Myriad. Says not dead yet. Unlike these villagers. Problem is you've got your Fulani, you are up against a full mana spam. It's only 1 short of the max. Cheeky raid. That's a very weird berry line actually. Myriad has done a good job of remassing. In some ways for the better, in some ways for the worse. He counters the Spearmen better, but also the Yeomen have a much easier time dominating the fight now. And remember, these Spearmen, they have got Billman. So Sofa with imported armor is a little bit less impactful. And Sink Shot. Nice hit. No reaction out of Myriad. Okay, luckily for him, the house actually took a lot of the scatter shot there. Otherwise, that would have been a lot worse. Lords of Lancaster are at least being sniped out as a priority here. Numudan trying to hide in the choke points of Myriad's own base. A bit shaky, though. He's not respecting the sofa count. I mean, at this point, there's not really any way you can run. Decent chunk of them aren't here, by the way. They're in the base. So, yeah, he's cutting reinforcements. The crossbows are now coming back. A good hold. Myriad able to shove him away. I'm impressed, man. That looked a little bit shaky at first, but just enough sofa. While also simultaneously raiding in. The eco kills are stacking up on both sides, by the way. They are giving as good as they're getting here. Yeah, 16 to 10 worker kills. Eco lead difference of only 4. This is tight and uncomfortable. The Myriad, there's an opportunity to swing here. Numudan seems mismacroed. 1,900 gold sitting there. Nothing to use it on. And yep, he's going to call it. GG comes out. Numudan, this looks so good in the early game, but the castle transition seemed to lack the follow-through he'd need to run the Malians out of town. Well played by Myriad as well. The patience there to actually like let him come in and not force the fight too early, I think is what cinched this for him. But I got to give it to him. I think the Lancaster boys did look good. Despite it being a loss, like you can see there is something there with this build. Compared to the Lancaster Castle, it's not like Lancaster Castle would have changed this outcome. But he definitely had a lot more to swing with, courtesy of the Lords. Mali showing Hole, which Steve is the true king of passive income. You say that, but I've also seen House of Lancaster just out-zerg the Malians. It's kind of crazy. But well played to Mr. Myriad, so opening win for him. That swung around crazily, actually. Like, I was looking at the count, I was like, okay, if all the sofas are here, like, is this that big of a win? And I just look on the minimap, I'm like, what? He's still going? What do you call that one? I do wonder, like, did he have to rush the base now that I'm thinking about it a bit more? I wonder if he actually could have stayed at home. Because what does Malians get out of it if you... It's a tricky one to call in the moment. Because that's the weird thing about that map. I think compared to a standard map, the thing you have to get used to is that you don't necessarily need to be present and engaged with the objectives. And what I mean by that is... on a normal map, there's all these relics. And that's a problem, right? Like, oh my god, I can't let him have the map. He's going to roll me over with passive income. But on that map, you don't get them for a very long time. So you actually have a little bit more breathing room to remain calm and maybe a little bit more campy if you feel friend. But you know what? I think we might be seeing a 2-0. How on... one and all, how did this get through the draft? I am baffled. For the second time this week, HRE has not been banned. My jaw has hit the floor. Myriad versus Numudan. G2. Myriad already winning the first. he can make this a swift 2-0 on Coastal Cliffs. However, the civ in his way isn't one that just gets completely steamrolled by HRE. It's not like you picked this irrelevant civ that can't do anything. Numudan does have China, but I'll be real with you guys, I find it very hard to bet against HRE. Like, they are the kings of the game right now. They are banned more than any other civ by far for good reason. China, more of like a top 4 pick / ban civ. So still very respectable. And this could be a good map for it if Numudan has the right spawn. And oh my god, he does. Yeah, ignore the wolf. We're here for the Bumba. It's a double boar on the north side. So I wonder if Numudan will try for this. Instead of playing for Pro Scouts, what you technically could do instead is play for a Barbican and get 4.4k gold, which 4.4k food rather, which is basically like 2 stacks of deer. It's a play we've seen some Chinese players do, and for multiple reasons. It can dominate the map because it's just very food efficient. But the other thing is it cuts the map. So you can even set up a proxy base here. You're close to the enemy base. They have to rotate wide. There's a lot of things that can go wrong for Myriad if Numudan gets that up. Now, Myriad is going to be kicking us off with aggression here. Spear's already being spammed out. And why are we running to the east side? Wait, haven't we checked? Come on, bro. It's over here. Yeah. He's going to re-rally over. So slightly delayed on getting his spears in position. Numudan is not ready on the gold, though, so this still hurts him. Remember, he needs 235 gold with this type of play. He's not built an official, so you need enough for a tech up, and you need enough to build the taxman. So we are going to see Numudan needing to pull more villages over here. Yeah, and that is, that's a sizable reaction. 6 villages. They're not going to get a full load, but they don't need a full load between them. Yeah, he just needs 45. And whoa, we've got even more. Shivs are out as well. So Numudan goes crazy with the reaction. It's going to be 8 villages, all healthy. I don't think he fights back. There's kind of like no point. It's just going to waste your time. Because for all you know, there could be more spearmen coming. So you have to respect this as if there's a snowball effect. It's a great opening for Myriad overall. Nimu, is this enough gold? Oh my god, no. He's 1 short. Numudan, that's not how math work. Oh, that hurts me deeply. 1 gold? Bruh. Not like some grandiose amount, you know, like 12, 15, 20. 1. He's 1 gold short. I guess he's just going to wait and then try to rush a villager out when his opponent isn't looking, because the fall for Numudan is that Myriad might have just glanced and said, oh yeah, that's enough gold. It looks like it's roughly right. So instead of risking more HP bars, he knows the follow-up play for Myriad is a deer shove, because that's the meta right now. So yeah, he just waits until there's only 1 spear left here. Okay, I think this is respectable. I think I'm like cover storing for Numudan. The reality is probably actually that he just didn't realize he's 1 gold short. We will know soon. Good thing for Myriad here, he can actually skip on Pro Scouts if he wants with these type of deer shoves. China's not quick to move out and prevent this. Has he at least lamed the other deer? No. Interesting that Numudan didn't lame the deer. I wonder why. Scout should have definitely had time at this point, I guess. He has enough sheep left that he shouldn't be drained if he hangs around to kill 1 stack of deer. And we do have mine work on the way. Yeah, so Myriad's playing an all-in aggressive type build. A little bit surprised. I thought he might just maybe take the chill pill into castle. Is there a world in which he tries to double deer shove and say go for Burgrave? No, if he was going to do Burgrave, you wouldn't see 5 on the tech up. That's a little bit fast. If you're looking for an optimized Burgrave timing, usually you have 1 to 2 maximum on the mine work. Oh, and he did go back for the gold, right? Yeah. Because he was at 3,888, was it? Or 6,8 maybe? So you got that little sliver of gold. And we do have the archers already in the way. Now, this can be pretty good for Myriad. Because his opponent's going archers, you can actually follow up horsemen. And with all pikes, they slap the crap out of Chinese archers. He has got stables on the way. Myriad has 3 on gold, though. And I'm hoping this is just for tax and not for greed. Because remember, Numudan hasn't gone for that greed as well. He isn't pro scouting. Which you should know because you blocked out his gold. So, like, because you blocked his gold, it's not going to be a quick pro scout. Normally, when you're looking at pro scout builds, China opens up the age with 2 to 3 on gold to get that timing. Nachi reveal does actually send Myriad down the men-at-arms path. Huh. I guess this isn't too bad. If you can afford it and justify it, if you scale men-at-arms, then when you reach castle, it's just an organic upgrade, right? But I think we are getting the 1-1-1. So archers to follow as well. This will block Numudan from that potential Borbican play we talked about, because the timing now just wouldn't make sense. And with 5 on gold, it looks like he is going to be going back for pro scouts. Okay, so kind of bad news for Myriad that he went men-at-arms then. Men-at-arms aren't going to be that great intercepting compared to spears or horsemen. Archers as well. Like, pretty much every other unit in your arsenal is going to be better at taking out pro scouts. Alright, 1s in the chat if you think Numu's going to win. 2s if you think Myriad is. Because this is looking like a very aggressive line for Myriad. So he's playing block at a pro scouts entirely. Has already lamed the deer. So knows where to find them. Is there any world in which Numudan could have changed this around and made it like a fast castle instead? Not really. Like, by the time he dropped stables and added in 2 extra scouts, it's not good. Why would I change the score? Numudan is 1 down. And this is why you always watch this stream. The amount of people like, wait, how did Numudan lose game number 1? They can't believe it. It's like, what? So Spears forced as well. Numudan, I wonder... Maybe just go kind of like light on spears and hard on archers. That gives you a lot of gold gen either way. And once you get a few of the deer home, which he's doing with a very safe back deer stack, which Myriad does know about, but can't really move to intercept, he feels. Really? I don't know. This like looks as if it should be interceptable for this type of army. He's got horseman archers here already. And your opponent has to come out into open field. Maybe Myriad's showing a little bit too much respect to Numu. Instead, he's going to dive in, and that's messy. Horseman hits the deck straight away. The hand cannon slits are adding in a lot of damage. The men-at-arms, I don't even know that part. I don't even know to begin with. Like, that pathing is cursed. What? Bruh, that men-at-arms is already convinced they won. He was doing a victory lap of the base. Okay, so Numudan does have to pull a lot more villages now. Horsemen are starting to seep in a little. And the archers are sniping villages. Okay, so first wave for Myriad was weird. Second is definitely looking a bit better, but he needs to be careful and respect that town center fire. Both horsemen go down. And although he did get a worker kill, high price is paid. Yeah, because Numudan now with the military lead. I mean, obviously it's accept because it is into scouts, but with so few troopers for Myriad, there's maybe a little bit paranoia here. If he backs up, he knows Numudan's going to get a lot more food. But with the Barbican now online, there isn't really a dive point on this gold anymore. And your opponent now has Song, so playing along feudal also doesn't feel great. So Myriad, he is instead going to start thinking about greed. Castle Age is clearly in his sights. So for Numu, what's the point in Chuk Nu here? It might be that he suspects there's going to be a second wave coming. If he knew it was a tech up, Chuk probably feels like it's redundant. Because the thing with China is you can actually rush the age just as fluidly as HRE. Just look at the economy right now, you can see it. Yeah, and by you can see it, I mean it's going to happen. He's going to castle race him. And the funny thing is, Numudan can win that race. Because while HRE have a really good economy, China has a very good economy and a very good building crew. Yeah, the architects are pretty efficient. They build quicker. So Regnants of 8. If Numi does the same amount of workers, he should be in the age sooner. Farm food drop-off should be ready. And it's time to rock and roll. So Clock Tower here. Clock Tower usually feels pretty good on this map because it's thin. You might see people go all Imperial Palace on maps like Dry Arabia because it's got a lot more width to it, which is useful for spotting where villagers sneak out to, but also just kind of like seeing flank attacks. Whereas here, it's a bit easier to wall, it's a little bit more funneled, and also you more predictably know where the villagers are going to be. Because Coastal tends to site you very close to the edge of the map. Usually there's not that much resource behind you, and use that resource as the first priority to take. Look at that. Just 2 more villagers, and the difference in speed it makes despite how delayed he was starting it. That's China. Ni hao, mother duckers. Yeah. It is very difficult to castle race this Civ, I think. Out of raw greed, it really feels like it ends well. Okay, so Myriad is actually sticking to archers here. He's got veterancy on the way. Knights are going to hit the field soon. Obviously, that's going to be a lot quicker for Numudan. Myriad does have the value of already having prelates present, so relic grab should favor him, with 2 already on the way home. But the follow-up might be a bit tougher. What Myriad done really well here, by the way, is taking relics that were more neutral. He left his safe one until last, so it should end up being a 3-2 split here. Yeah, especially considering Numudan's going to have a lot more knights out for the fight over Central Relic. Scouts are just trying to distract so the archers can get away. But with first Lancers here, I don't think Numudan has to be too scared. It looks like he hasn't been supervising, though. Yeah, he is now. And second Stables does come in. Really important for maintaining the growth number of your opponent because there's a big issue in this matchup, guys. We don't see it often because mine work doesn't come out too frequently. But remember, Steel Barding. Steel Barding makes you sofa levels of tankiness on your knights. And that's why it's crucial that Numudan is ahead on the count. Because this tech, Steel Barding, usually comes in very quickly around, you know, like 6 to 8 knights. It makes sense. That doesn't make as much sense. Okay, thank goodness, he misclicked. When I saw all pikes selected, I was like, wait, what? There you go, +2/+2. So Myriad just going for the classic Archer Knight comp. Nestabees is already being added in by Numudan, though. Could be a big problem for Myriad. If this was Mangoes, obviously with Marching Drills, you just dodge really easily. Nestabees is a little bit more annoying to kite around when you commit into a fight anyway. Obviously, if you just edge them and run away, easy peasy. I'm not sure how I feel about this comp overall from Myriad. We even do have the Cistercian Abbeys on the way. So remember, guys, this is actually the first time we get to see this, right? It's the first time we're actually casting it in a pro game because H3 is always banned, and we don't usually see them get to this point. Cistercian Abbeys, for those that wonder, though, it's just a mini Archon Chapel effect for all your monasteries, including the Regnant. So you kind of end up with Archon in Age 3 instead of Age 2. And you'll see the aura when we wait for it to tech in. Oh, yeah, he'll need a garrison. But it is smaller than an Archon Chapel range by, I think, about a tile and a half. Relic garrison inside. You can hop in a sec and show us the goodies. And show us the goodies. And show me the goodies. He's like, but I like this way. I get some fresh air and the boom, there you go. So tiny little AoE. I said, what was it, 1.5? I think it's 2 tiles less than Archon. He's right. So it's not as influential in size, but the difference obviously is you can just spam monasteries now to get that effect everywhere. It is a little bit hop inefficient compared to Archon because you do have to garrison a prelate into each of them. Yeah, where I think the Cistercian Abbeys is going to be truly impactful, by the way, is going to be on fixed resources like goldstone, etc. Farms aren't too bad because you can get a reasonable amount in range, but you're really going to see the most value when you just find like an 8k vein and you drop a Cistercian Abbey next to it. It's a drop-off building, and then it's also going to function to buff you. And shout out to the devs for it, because like it was a very weirdly creative way to make HRE more forcefully interactive on the map. If that makes sense. Because now, when they want to move out, obviously these are high-value resources, but before you didn't really have your buff. You maybe took a prelate, and it felt a little bit weird. Now you could bring, say, 20 villagers to rush a gold line and buff them. Okay, so how are things looking after a little bit of a chill per moon? Numudan, he does have the Nest of Beast starting to be layered in. He's also getting some walls up. And he has moved down to stone, so likely we're looking at 2 TC from Numu. That does feel a little bit greedy, though. He already has an Eco League Cursia song. Not really necessary to go further here. But I think he's aware that Myriad is likely teching. Because he's not seeing him kind of all commit into him with a 4 relic advantage. So I think Numudan just wants an insurance policy. And there it is. Second TC being added in. You want to see Black Riders? Well, do we really want to see Black Riders? I feel like rumors of the OPness were overstated. They're quirky, they can maybe have some uses, but, you know, when I hear people talk about them like they're the most gigabuster thing ever, I just get that, well, moment. They're cool. I don't think they're broken. I kind of, every time I see a Reddit thread that starts going, these things are broken. How are we like a medieval game? And these guys have got like Gatling guns on horseback. What is this, Rocky Balboa as a main character in a sci-fi movie? Wait, that's Future Cop? Whatever, he's broken. No, they're not, guys. Like, they look powerful statistically, but I think they're quite reasonably tame. You know, if you're complaining about someone having 40 or 50 Black Riders, it just reminds me of the classic, which is, you know, if you're complaining about someone having 20 Great Bombards, why did you let them get 20 Great Bombards? It's the same with Black Riders because it has that keep requirement. So cheeky little night raid. Myriad did get some key info. He knows that it's 2TC, which actually enables him to now go for a tech up. A tech up that shall not be cheaper, right? Yeah, it's still cheaper. I don't know why. It's less cheap than it was before. Because it used to be, was it 15%? I think at one stage, Pals Swabbing might have been 20%, which is insane. Steel budding also affects the Black Riders. That's an interesting detail, actually, I haven't seen so far. But it looks like it is going to be the Pals Swabbing. No surprise there after he sees the 2TC. You just kind of get forced towards this. I remember the Elsback did get buffed, so that now it also increases the amount of Black Riders you get per castle from 5 to 8. So I guess we are going full late game then. Because Numudan's gone for a bit more of a static comp. I don't know if he wants to dive in with this. Yes, he's got Lancers, but the Nest of Beast kind of anchors you to the location. In a game where you don't have farms yet, it's quite risky to try and commit now. By the way, this is why I'd love to see neutral farms in the middle of the map that you could risk villagers onto. Just to give risk-reward association so that, like, when you reach this point in the game, you don't just have to go, well, logically, I have to add in farms. Because if I all-in him now and I don't completely brutalize the fight, I've lost. Right? That would be where having more neutral food sources that have variable conditions attached to them would be cool. And yeah, I remember all the absurd things. Reminder, like, for those new around here, I've literally been casting this game as long as, well, anyone at this stage. We started casting the moment the game was released. So I've seen all the crazy crap. Regnits used to give 300 gold. Relics used to be 100 passive gold default. And then Regnits would 3x that, so you get 200% extra. But you could only get 3 relics buff like that. But it didn't matter. That was still 900 gold a minute. Which was pure insanity. Like, some of the things that we thought was okay in the early days of AoE4 is comical to look back at now. We're like, why did we do it? Scouts were crazy too. Yep, animation cancelling made scouts pretty ridiculous. Horse archer meta. the worst one we ever had. Spiral meta, the worst one we ever had. I've been there for it all. Somehow survived it all. Whew. These boys are chunky, by the way. Inspired for the extra armor plus the Knight's Barding. He's got 10 ranged armor on these things. A lot of potency there. Will he be able to wield it quick enough, though? It looks like Numudan is just trying to anchor down. He's getting ready for his own age up. He's setting up the farms. Now, this is where you want to drop the Great Wall Gatehouse. This is a perfect area to insulate. Probably like here. Then you add in the extra farm clusters here. First one was Pro Scouts. What? You didn't like Roost players running 10 scouts underneath your TC and stealing? Come on. That was, like, great. See, you guys, like, I'm actually sick of you all. Because, like, you're moaning about OP stuff back then. Getting Roost nerfed drove Cyril away from the game. When Roost stopped being truly OP and only being OP, Cyril came back and he was like, oh, man, dude, like, I got a lot of new civs. Peace. Do you remember when Magadai were thought to be absolutely gigabusted when the game first came out? Oh, dear. I'm trying to remember, like, they didn't nerf Magadai that much from what I remember either. I think it was, like, partially people just weren't sure what to do against Magadai. They were strong, but, like, it was more overtuned than overpowered. So, Great Wall Gatehouse, Cinder complete. We have got the Culverins already showing up for Myriad, which will be a good answer against the Bombards to a certain extent. And the certain extent being you probably need like 5 or 6 Culverins, because remember, Clock Tower Bombards are very chunky boys. Culverins are like very weird to watch. They look very underwhelming in terms of this tiny little pebble going. Then you watch the damage and you calculate the DPS, and it's pretty damn good. Very good static fire. Culverins outranged the Great Wall Gatehouse. Yep. 10.5 tower range versus the 10. Oh, sorry. 10? Yeah. So they have a very slight edge. I'm trying to remember. Sometimes I think there's angles where it gets weird, though, because if you approach from the wrong angle, the Nesta Bees technically are close enough to you. Because when you siege, when you hit things, you usually hit the center of them. I remember this like, being highlighted. It's very weird. But at the same time, the Great Wall Gatehouses also have blind spots, or used to. I don't think they ever fixed that. I love how we just have someone coming in like, yo, screw HRE, dumb civ. And then most of the time what we have is people going, I really want to see HRE. They never get left. Oh, dude, the polar opposites of it. Nubu, that's ambitious, by the way. He needs to try and secure more gold, but he's just got a rude awakening right there. That's a big army. The Knights are showing up at the tree line. Mass Lancer spam is going to be able to react. We do not have any elite queue up for Knights yet, despite the fact he has 20 of them. A little bit surprised. I know your Knights are going to lose 1-to-1 to Myriads, but it's still a very sizable chunk of your force worth upgrading. Yeah, like, you're right. These pro players are idiots. Like, why don't they just jump off the cliff and then fish? Like, dude, it's just right there. Like, and it's so easy. All you need to do is you need to just build your boats up here and then create, like, a giant slingshot and then just catapult them off into the water. Like, it's freaking idiots. Oh, we're smart because we created, like, gunpowder. You don't even know how to catapult triremes. You suck. HRE wouldn't ever do that, by the way. They don't need to. Their economy is good enough thanks to Prelate buff, Lamau. How does ships return the food? They have a smaller slingshot that shoots it back, Julie. This is not difficult. It's basic mathematics. Come on. we'll conscript the sea people and have them operate on land for us to supply us via a system of breathing apparatuses that have been constructed with kelp. It won't last long, maybe 5 or 10 minutes at a time. But we'll set up a system and make our way inlands. If you didn't get that reference, we gotta upgrade your movies. Corwin's knocking at the door though. Numudan is running out of time. However, he does have the nest of bees, something that Myriad, although the Corwins seem like a clear answer to, can be a little bit funky sometimes. Let's start poking forward. We do have a keep drop coming in. Bombards take a long time to deploy, as you're seeing there. However, once they're in position, they don't give a damn. Knobs are starting to get slightly sniped, but I don't think he cares. Villagers are close by to try and repair with clutch moves. The bombard hits are looking good right now. Myriad doesn't have much stone. No, what? He only has 84 in reserve. Okay, so much for that castle. Nice strike by Numudan. This is important because he's trying to secure a gold right now. So he needs a win in this fight. Has been sneaking to the north side. In fact, oh, what? What the how? How did he get that up? China, I can't. Like, the speed at which they build castles. He doesn't even need the gold. He just wants the kills. Nest of bees moving in. Bombard sniping out here. And Myriad, what the hell happened to those Corverins? Just enough spears to hold on. The Knights are almost through, but it's not going to be good enough. Clock Tower Bombard just too good. Lancers held in reserve. Numudan didn't even reveal his strongest punch until the end. Oh my god. And, you know, if he could deny the gold, it would feel like it maybe isn't the end for Myriad, but this gold vein, these ones right here, is all Numu now needs to run this down mid. Spears, siege, that's all it needs. He's got that coming for days. Myriad just seems to be in a bit of a production issue. There's a giant gap to speak of because it just feels like he's not able to produce army quick enough. Does he have military academy? No. Sinful at this stage. He's got 5,000 food and 2,000 gold, and yet it's not being swung. So it might be his head's being swung out on the chopping block. I just... The number difference here worries me. He's now going into mass horsemen, but Numudan's already into mass spears. And really just around the corner from Yuan, which will give him the movement speed to always react. Ah, this is sick. I think Numudan's just played this really well. That was a crazy timing. And you know what's even crazier? We're about to watch H3 lose. Unless he can win this fight right here. Okay, that... Just get out. No hope against that. Clock Tower Siege is not your friend. It's Numudan's. We should have known. This guy gets games off the best players in the world playing as China. There's just something about Numudan in this Civ. And while he may be called Numudan, I think Myriad is Numudan in this game. We're 2.5 minutes away from a Sacred Site victory that will never be realized now. Corvin counting out the 4. I mean, it's so difficult. Like, this is the thing to emphasize. Hawk Tower and Nest of Bees just don't die. It's ridiculous. Corvin hits for, was it 40? These have 180 HP, so you need 5 hits. 5 hits to kill these. That's ridiculous. Don't get me started on the bombards. They have 315 HP. Good luck. Honestly, if we want to keep the new siege system, I think Clock Tower needs to be refought. 50% HP gets ridiculous at this point in the game. And this is a ridiculous overwhelm. Those are villagers, right, by the way. They are gone. They've just been absolutely massacred. Tried to pull them to deal with the siege. Didn't work out. But it works out nicely for us because we are going to get treated to a deciding game between these two. And what a way to do it for Numudan. Because he had to be feeling a little bit like he slipped. Like, that first game is weird territory, but he did seem ahead for most of it and then just overextended. Myriad done a great job of exploiting that, but this game, Numudan's timing was succinct. The cute wall to try and make it easy to siege. This is such an awkward fight to watch. But it's because he's killing all the villagers first. So once they're gone, this is his valiant last stand. As long as the Culverin lives, we shall live, brothers. It's dead. We're dead. It's like the doomsday clock moment. We can't gong our cannon anymore. So wait, H3 need buffs, right? They got picked and they lost. I think there's, like, you know, China needs nerfs, H3 needs buffs, balance and integrity restored to competitive AO4. I guarantee there's one person who just already paused the video and is ranting at me in the comments because they didn't sense the sarcasm. Oh, man. That was crazy. So, what's the focus point in that one? He gave him HRES over. But it's not. No, no, no. No, no, no. G3, baby. We're rocking it all the way. So let's mark that in. That was Holy Roman Empire versus China. Yetta gige. Maybe Myriad was missing one or two production. Yeah, he had like a lot of resources. It was quite a head scratch to watch. How did House Lancaster lose to Malians? A little bit funky. By the way, did I see someone smack talking our players earlier? They need to be like slapped in the cheeks. What's going on here? Giving our players issue? Ain't standing for that. Where are you? Maybe they were already dealt with. Yeah, we don't, like, criticism is one thing. Don't sit here flaming players. Like, bruh, if you hopped into a series against Myriad, he'd use you as a literal human toilet, right? He'd be Brittany and you'd be the assistant. All right, so final game. Ottomans against Delhi. On Dry Arabia, actually. I like this matchup for Ottos. I think it's hard, but I like it. Like, as in, it's hard to execute, but if you execute it well, you win. I've been like religiously committed to this belief. And sadly, we see a lot of games where like it's something can just easily slip up. But let's see what's going to happen here. One and all, they laughed at him because he picked the Ottomans. Shouldn't laugh at Numudan. You shouldn't laugh at these Otto picks. We live in 2025 and the Ottoman kingdom is on the rise once again. Kingdom that never seems to sleep, never seems to decline, though, is the Delhi. Got Myriad versus Numudan. Game number 3, decider game between these two to see who is going to be able to go up against Lu MT and either be the underdog that can slay or be a boxing bag for the bordering grand finalists for EGC tournaments. Remember, Lu MT is on the cusp of making it into grand final showdown in S-tier tournaments. So, very difficult opponent for either player this week. And that is a interesting opening. Yeah, he goes into the military school. We've seen people kind of just shy away from this, actually, in favor of playing into racks or rather straight feudal. This is definitely about the deer shove. Did it get scoured by Myriad? No, it didn't. Okay, so probably not going to stop delaying the deer. You had to be suspicious of it, no? Yeah, good lad. Okay, Myriad isn't going to fall for that. So the military score value is pretty low now then. Because the second deer shove is so far away. Great read by Myriad. This has been a really big reason why Ottoman's Japanese, civs like that, have been looking very good at the moment in the meta. Is just deer shoves. It's that simple. So take that away, and all of a sudden they look a little bit underwhelming. I still think the Ottos can do really well here. It's all about timing. I think Delhi has a huge advantage in this matchup until about 10 minutes. Ooh. On the old build, I'd agree, where people waited for the Vizier points to get meta. But I actually think you can do really well just by force spawning a meta as Ottomans and opening spears into Sipahi. Think about the dynamics. Your opponent wants to open Ghazi, you open spears. You already counter him. But now you've gone spears, so he goes archers. But you go Sipahi. Now, Sipahi will help nail the fight against the Ghazi because they can be frontline and backline. Remember the extra attack range. And then you now have a counterplay into archers. It's just a really solid play. I think for like Delhi to be truly competitive in Age 2 with that build, if both players are executing at the highest level, Ottomans come out ahead. So if you do compete, I think Delhi players need to go Tower of Victory. But that's never going to happen in the current meta, is it? No, no, no. So Tyler, the deer shove meta every game, shoving deer. My feelings on this is I'm in some ways kind of okay with it, some ways not. I like that there's things to do on the map now. You know, like it or not, this is something early to do. Whether people like to admit it or not, even if you take the points of interest maps out of the equation, this meta is the most relevant Dark Age meta we've had since Mongol Outpost Russia Season 1. Difference there being, like, those things just stop you being able to play your game entirely. Alright, I'm going to say something crazy. What if, in a far-off world, deer shoving all these things was fine, but we heavily crippled the defensive nature of the TC? So you can't just camp here as easily anymore. I think that's the big problem in people's eyes with both Pro Scouts and deer shove, is that you can't contest it once it's underneath the TC. It takes so long to get to a point where you can dive in and not feel bad. You know, I think maybe part of that problem could be solved if a town center didn't allow you to garrison 15 villages. And what is up, sort of? Garrison 126 people in my chat. Thank you very much, mate. Hope you had a good stream. We caught your games against Anatan. Commiserations and a good effort. That guy is a cheeky git. We're just looking in on some of the other midweek muster games. So winner of this goes up against Louis MT. We've also got B versus Voldemar in a little over an hour. Hype sets for the day. And we are... Wait, he's going for this deer shove. Guys, this is like super far off. Let me just really emphasize how far off this is. Oh yeah, dude, it's only like half the map. That's fine. He'll have him there in like 20 seconds. So there's the Ghazi beginning we talked about. And Numudan is going to mirror it. He's not even going to go to the rack straight away. He technically already has some spears. The reason he goes Sipahi here is he has chase power with this. If you go spears first, your opponent can go for sacred sites on this type of timing. I think if you wanted to go spears, you would have like opened racks instead, which would have given you a more optimal push in on the deer as well. A scout easily ruined that deer shove? Well, that's the thing. Myriad thought he'd ruined it because he killed these deer. He didn't really think about the second one because, like, who the hell pushes deer this far? That's the thing. They're evolving. These players are getting more and more frustrating for how far they'll push these. And this is the thing. Like, if you've got at least 3 spears, this becomes viable. If you have 3 spears plus the scout, you definitely have enough runway to grab all the deer. He did miss 2, though. So not ideal. Myriad, meanwhile, is gradually getting towards that pro scout. So 3.5 minutes away. First Ghazi is on the way in. He's going to poke at the front gold. Quick reactions out Numu. Numu has queued up quite a few Sipahi. He did just drop the blacksmith, so the production speed just got ramped up. Quite a bit. Remember, with each age, you increase production rates by 20, 30, 40%. It's an extra 10% per. Feels almost mandatory to try and keep pace, because remember, Ghazi by default produce every 25 seconds, but it's never by default, because there's always a scholar garrison inside. Rax down to follow up. We do get the Imam point, and I love the Q up on the meta. Remember, it's out of the stables because he needs it now. Double melee armor makes this so easy to win. And yeah, Myriad took the bait. Like this is the curse comp. This is the perfect situation for an Ottoman player. If you can force Spear Ghazi up against Spear Sipahi, you can wipe the fight because of the variables around on the edges. Now, Fablab was saying that he thinks like, the first 10 minutes, like Delhi's favored. I actually think it's like the other way around. A deeper feudal can be beneficial for Delhi because they can then pull loads of scholars. But early on with this build, how does this not favor Ottomans at 7 minutes? Having double Imam, AoE heal. Target heal. Like, it's just so much better than Myriad at this stage that is not going to have scholars coming out. Maximum will have one in the fight. The one that's trying to capture a sacred site. So a little bit of poke here. And, you might look at this and go, well, yeah, but KP, like, shouldn't Ghazi just be able to run down Sipahi? They are faster. They may be faster, but, like, look at the stats, man. It's 20 less HP. And it's worse DPS because you have the same base, but a worse attack speed. And then there's the meta. It's, like, so powerful. When I think about the Imam play, always think about the Imam play. If you can do this type of opening and force your opponent to go into melee, it's the jackpot. And here's the thing. When they start engaging, the spear on spear is going to happen. The Ghazi won't attack straight away because of that. The Sipahi will because they'll just stand straight behind the spears. It is brutally oppressive, the way that Ottomans can leverage this. I think often if you want to beat this as Delhi, you have to avoid the fight. Getting suckered in like this is the quickest way to lose. Okay, do we have the... Wait, attack speed? Okay, this guy's a psychopath. Like, he actually just doesn't care. You're meant to do melee armor here, so he does no damage. But he's so confident that he's winning this fight, he just goes raw DPS. So Sipahi going to be pulled back. Spearman getting overwhelmed now. We still don't have any melee armor. He doesn't seem to care. The Imams are now frontlining. What? And it doesn't even matter. Yeah, this isn't the clean way you do this. This is like the most scrappy, ballsy way I could have imagined someone executing this. He chose 15% attack speed over double melee armor against a full melee comp, which would have decreased their damage output by roughly 20%, if not above. In Spearman's cases, it would have reduced their damage by 25%. That is crazy. The micro just so on point. The Sipahi will be pulled back now to be healed. But Myriad has just been thrown on the trash heap at this stage. That is brutal. Look at those health bars. If he at least got one of the Imam snipes, then he maybe has like a fallback plan of I'll snipe the second one later. But like now they can just always chain heal each other up. There's no trickle damage to get a kill. The only religious people going down are the Delhi's ones. Scholars, 3 of them on the ground. Myriad has nothing now. He didn't get a sacred site. He has no Ghazi. His opponent has a good enough Sipahi. Like, this is close to done. Ottomans are really good at doing this, by the way. If you can execute the first 10 minutes of Ottomans well, I think you can win a lot of matchups and grind your way all the way to conk. The reason is this type of opening where you go Imam. Once you do this, with the aura as well, if you put a slight lead, you can hold that lead over your opponent like practically nervous in the game. Because now I can camp outside your base, and my whole army is going to be healed up. Think about how oppressive chivalry is over time. They come in, they raid, they leave, they come back, and they're full HP again. Well, the difference with this is they are going to come back in more frequently and fluidly. Looks like this time he's going to come on over to the berries. Myriad, no reaction. Even Numudan just sneaks in. He will at least get 2 garrison his side, but the rest of the army's coming, so that's going to be a loss of the berry gatherers. Myriad is moving out to react to this, but there is no reaction. Your army is still too small after that last fight. Tao's already gone. Yeah, so villagers go down, and you just want to get back in the base. Did Num make schools? Numudan made 1 school, and that was the opening one to shove the deer. Reminder to people, when you're playing Ottomans, military schools are quite often a bait. There's a timing and a place for it, but it's not early. Nice snipe. He does get rid of one of the Imams. But the Sipahi get on top of the back here. Myriad, if he could have done that a little bit earlier, he would have had the runway, but now he gets baited into a dive, which costs him dearly. And he calls it. GG comes in. Ottomans able to unravel the Delhi's oppressive early game. with more oppression. Ottomans versus Delhi, man. Nimu's cooking. I'm telling you, like, this matchup is very interesting. The thing is, like, we had this really potentially cool showing of it before, where I think we had Beastie and Wham doing it. We've had Beastie and B do it. And the Beastie and B one wasn't a fair presentation because B done pro scouts, because he was greedy with pro scouts back then. And I think it, like, gave too much, like, freedom to the Delhi. And then we had the Wham game where, if you guys remember that game, it was pretty epic. The reason it didn't work is Beastie raided him very efficiently. He just flanked him and caught him unguarded. So yeah, it's like I think Ottomans are pretty okay. You don't need to spam Moga. They're set, dude. Like, Ottomans are already great again. Oh wait, let me be that guy. You know, when you're like, you know, let's say you're like the third biggest economy in the world, you're like, we need more. When will Great Bombards get a ricochet attack? Why is it an Ulsgaard that only costs 120 resources gets the ability to bounce his daggers around people, but yet you pay a ridiculous price for a Great Bombard? You pay well over 1,000 resources, and you're telling me that thing can't badoing between targets? That right there. That's diversity gone too far. We got to think about putting our own first here, guys. So make Great Bombards great again is what you should really be spamming. God, I feel bad for saying that. All right, so that's a series in Le Book. Let's get ready for the next one. Because up next, we can have a look at the Numudan versus Louis series. So I'm just going to get that draft now. Numudan. Close enough. Good old Numudan. I love Numudan. He's the best. And this is best of 5 territory, by the way. We do also have B versus Voldemar coming up after this. So if this one runs a little bit too long, we'll hop out this one mid-series to catch B versus Voldemar live, okay? Mugbaga is kind of hard to pronounce. No, it's not. Mugbaga is easy to pronounce. You just got to put, like, your lips into it, you know? Put the great back in Bombard. There you go. That one's even easier. Put Gubin... Pugbib, because you don't need these, right? So it'd be PG bib. We solved it. All right. Let me open up Louis' account and we'll get ready for Numudan series. Oh, your promised Janissaries you don't know how to counter? Archers are, like, surprisingly decent against them in the late game because of the Silkbow strings more than anything else. The more tricky part, actually, is, like, I don't think the balance issue is Janissaries as much as it is Sipahi. Although I find Sipahi are a much more interesting unit in the game than Janissaries. So it's like, if I had to see one be thrown on the bus, I'd say Janissaries just because I think Sipahi are more interesting. But if you're talking about which one is more impactful in winning games, I feel like Sipahi. I think the Sipahi are the champs. All right, game one, we're actually going to have more House of Lancaster, but it's going to be an Ottoman response out of Louis. All right, I am intrigued. The boys are cooking. Give me a sec, and we'll get into game. Oh, actually, let me quickly update the overlay. Because we just had that win. Because otherwise it's going to look very confusing if we open this. You're like, what? But we know the outcome. So yeah, just a recap on what we're going to be doing today, guys. So we will be looking in on B versus Voldemar after the series. And then we might have Sister Scatterbrain into Anatand. I don't know if Dimu's around today. So we might not be able to get to that. It would have been nice, because the problem is Dimu usually ends up playing at the moment his semi-finals on Wednesdays, on literally the one day I take off. So I was hoping, because he'd done a good job of like swiftly going through the schedule, that he'd be playing today, but I don't think he's even coming on today, for whatever reason. So let me update the brackets. KT and Hole are fun. KT's quite fun. I think Hole needs to be a bit more interactive, but Numudan plays it in an interactive way. So this is going to be fun. You guys ready? Hype it up in chat. One and all, I think we're about to have our funnest game of Excavation yet. That's right, Excavation, a brand new map created for the Midweek Musters. Avali, it's the first time this map has been seen in tournament play. And this is a fun matchup. We've had a lot of House of Lancaster. This is the first... Is it the first Ottoman? I think it's the first one. It's either the first or the second. But this is with an Ottoman specialist. Louis MT in the pick against the Ottomans. And Numudan, the reason I'm really excited is this. His House of Lancaster. Numudan has played this map once this week we've seen so far. That was against Myriad. It was a matchup against Malians where he was dominating for, I want to say, about 80% of the match. And it was because he went Abbey of Kings. He did not go full greed. Well, technically he did. He built mana still, but he'd done it in a very creative way. And yeah, this is the creativity we've been seeing quite frequently out of players, where they walk a villager out, build the racks in the house here. That gives you 45 seconds of capture time. And most importantly, after you build the racks, it takes 15 seconds to build a spear. So it's quite fluid. You basically get the spearman out to take over for the villager to capture the Forgotten Ruins. And then, boink, deploy them inside. So that is now generating 60 stone a minute. That's actually quite a lot for a villager at this stage. Normally you're looking at probably about 35, 40 maximum resources coming in per minute due to gather speed and then drop off, wheelbarrow, etc. It's very organic. Other side of it, we do have a capture come from LuMT. He will, of course, also benefit. Remember, we're looking Ottomans here. Few reasons you can, of course, go for the old school 2TC build, but more obvious one is going to be the military schools. A little bit of a difference here from Louis, though. He built the racks straight next to the TC instead of walking a villager out. I'm a little bit surprised by that, considering you need to build a house. You need to build a racks. Why would Louis not just use the villager out there? Because you're going to have to walk over anyway. Probably, I think it's the difference in desire to get stone early. Is for Numudan, he wants the stone quicker to prep for the House of Lancaster to spam manas. For Louis, there's only so many military schools you can build. So it's not as urgent to get the stone early. Is this a 2TC map? We've seen one person try 2TC, and that did not end well. Yeah, 2TC meta is a little bit dead at the moment. It's hard to make work. Oh. But this is something you have to get good at making work if you want to compete. Deer Shove meta is in full effect. Lancaster already getting them back towards home. And I think we might see a Myriad move by Louis MT. So he captures double Forgotten Ruins and now can move for his 4 deer. He could even potentially capture a third Forgotten Ruins. I just don't think you need 3 villagers giving stone. Imagine having 9 military schools. I don't need to. You got manas. Someone done the maths. Isn't it that in Feudal Age, military school, does it generate, was it like 100, 120 resources? Was it less with blacksmith? Well, that's quite funny. By funny, I mean sad, because a mana generates 105 resources. Sometimes it feels like the world is against you, you know? So we have got the Abbey of Kings coming in. It's happening again. I love watching this guy, man. He's so enjoyable for this detail. For those that haven't seen Abbey of Kings, House of Lancaster, you're in for a treat. I think it has a lot of volatility about it. It's very aggressive. It can be impactful, but it also can prove risky because you're now actively investing in aggression early on. So you need to know how to execute that cleanly. And Deer Shop is on the way. Minimum Dresser as well. Oh, this is going to be especially interesting, actually, because you've got Yeoman versus Sipahi. And then there's also Billman versus double melee armor. I think Ottomans actually do a lot of things well against House of Lancaster. strategically from like the uniqueness of the civs. I mean, the only negative is Janissaries maybe feel a little bit discredited. House of Lancaster in the late game tends to remain infantry. They don't go back towards cavalry because the horsemen are weaker. But you can actually keep them away from that night timing. So like there's probably a build here for Ottomans where you go castle, open lances, your opponent opens knights and goes collar of S's to get the +6 against heavy, and then you follow up Janissaries. I don't know if it would be that effective though. We find normally when both civs are spamming knights, both don't want to stop spamming knights because whoever does loses control of the map. Speaking of losing said control. Oops. I love the timing on that. Just runs while it looks like they're distracted. So Louis will get home. Barely, though. Sheesh. Would have needed 3 hits. Might have been worth the dive if the spinman could have kept chasing, but good reaction by Louis to scare that away. And we do have the first Lord of the Lancaster coming out in a few seconds. Very spammable as well, 160 a pop. That won't be his #1 prerogative. For Numudan, that should be actually rushing into the manors. And first one already now on the way. More spears are going to be produced to assist. And hard an upgrade now on the way for Louis. Yeah, a little bit surprised actually he was able to posture in this fight, considering that Lancaster beat you to the tech upgrade there. We have got the decap again. No villager inside this time. It's not a gamble, by the way. These Forgotten Ruins, really big shout out to the devs for the small details that make things clear. You aren't punting a guess on whether someone has got someone inside the Forgotten Ruins. If you look at them closely, you can see if they're actually occupied. There's a little guy or gal in there. You can see on the side here. But if they aren't occupied, you won't see this little worker excavating the area. Okay, so low MT into the Sipahi makes a lot of sense. Numudan was probably thinking Yeoman. Now it's not looking so desirable. I think maybe instead Numudan's just going to full turtle. This is tricky though. Like I'm trying to think of civs where Abbey of Kings might be bad. Oh, there's bad against all civs, KP. No, don't do that to me. I think like Ottomans is one of the ones where you do feel a little bit bad because it's a pressure-oriented play into a civ that enjoys those melee openings because they have a lot of answers to melee openings. Malians? Nah, dude. We saw that Malian game. That actually looked pretty solid there. Because remember, like the thing that makes it really good in the Malian matchup is Malian players don't want to build archers, so they don't counter spears. And your spears are really threatening when they scale because of building tech. And then the Yeomen have the range to stay away from the javelins. But against Ottomans, it's very different, you see. Ottomans is a civ that really likes building archers, which means your spearmen are counted, which means their Sipahi are enabled. Now, you might go, oh, but you're building archers into better archers. True and false. Because the thing about the Yeoman versus archer interaction, you're quicker, you can somewhat maintain your distance, and that was janky, but the meta aura, the ranged armor reduction means that Yeomen aren't actually as threatening as you think in like archer Yeoman trades. Looks like Louis is trending towards castle though. Numudan's going to pull the trigger first. Is this a white tower build? He shouldn't feel threatened with it. There's just not much on the field. So this is a timing attack then. He's leaning on the Earl's Guard to do some damage. Yeah, so like in theory, there's 2 ways you leverage white tower. Way 1 is, oh crap, that's a big army, I don't want to die. Way 2 is, oh crap, look at my specialist force here. They're going to make people die. Because 3 Earl's Guard hit pretty damn hard. That's 17 damage per dagger throw, which means you can one-hit a villager with 3 of them. From 6.5 tile range, which is pretty far. Like a town center by reference, guys, has got 8 tile range. So you can fairly easily just hop in, punt a dagger at them, get kill here or there. But obviously, most villagers, you know, while some are going to be underneath the TC directly, most villagers are spreading out at this stage. They're moving out to the goal, they're moving out to the tree lines. Now, one awkward thing might be that Sipahi can somewhat contest this, as they are fairly tanky with decent base damage. Remember an Imperial Army, a little bit more logical. Low MT's not going to go crazy town and build into the armory. Into the, not armory, the palace. I can't even show you the thing because I already clicked the landmark. There we go. This thing. Did you guys remember that this exists? I remind the Earl's Guard exists. Here we go. So hitting the field. Okay, so this like looks a bit awkward now with the Knights. Because Louis, like we talked about this edge of having King's College and going color of Esses, for example. He's also now doing heavy unit into heavy unit. So you're just begging Louis to build into crossbows. Or Knights. Either way, that should be good enough to stabilize Louis. There is a slightly better economy in some ways for Lancaster, but remember, this is also now triple military school because the Mehmed Imperial Armory as well. And Sipahi. Oh, he goes for the villager instead. He has got the dagger throws, so should be able to punt it for him. Wait, did he attack a Sipahi? Oh, buddy, no. Numudan, no. A-click is your worst enemy. That should have been a worker kill. Unfortunately, didn't click the villager. Now, remember, these Earl's Guard are quite tanky, courtesy of the Lord being nearby. But Numudan hasn't scaled those Lords, and it's because of the Knights. Once he has a few more Earl's Guard, it makes sense to go back for the Lords. But the problem with Lords plus Knights is the Knights aren't meant to stay anywhere near you. They're meant to gank. So all of a sudden that aura like doesn't make sense, right? That's why usually Lords of Lancaster is a lot better when you're playing Mass Yeoman, Spearman, etc. Nice into the base though. What? I mean, that's just a freebie. 2 worker kills. Practically no damage taken for Numudan. This is looking pretty good right now. We do have Louis blobbing into spears as an answer. And he has got Springles queued up. So this is important, actually. The Springles come out fairly fast, folks. Takes you barely over a minute to produce a Springle for free. Never underrate the abilities for Ottomans to protect themselves with this play. It's just so fast compared to Mango's. So cost efficient. New military school coming in, which is going to create another choke point the melee can't engage into. And remember, you also cannot snipe out the Springles with the Ulsguard. The dagger throws are a little bit finicky. Although you do decent damage from range, the problem is you need quite a few Ulsguards. And then you're going to kill like 1 Springle. Then what? You're going to wait 15 seconds getting hit in the face? It's very weird. Like, on paper, because it's range damage, and Springles don't have great range resistance, it should be good. But the maths is, like, very weird. Because you do, like, what, 9 damage per strike? Actually, I think it's 8. So you need 11 Ulsguard hitting each Springle. So the problem with that is I found that with Ulsguard, as cool as they can be, they're one of the most micro-intensive units in the game in a very clunky way to use that ability. You can use it very easily early on when there's just a few, but using it later on is just like so messy. You know, because you'd have, let's say, 30 Ulsguard, you're like select, click, select, click, select, click, select, click, select, click. It's not just going to be a control group thing. Unless you're a psychopath that has control group 1 to 5 being different groups of Ulsguard. Which sounds like a Fitz here type build. Like, what have you built this game? Ulsguard. Okay, and like you've added in Ulsguard. Okay, but like and then your next build order step was Ulsguard. And your favorite T is Ulsguard. You were so close. Are you doing a good job of actually keeping Numudan on the base right now, though? No Wilbar either, so nice, easy strike down to the villages. He's just raw supplying into this. It's kind of crazy, actually. Is there a limit to the additional damage Earl's Guards can get based on keeps? Yes. The default number is 4. If you go for Berkshire in age 4, you can increase it to 6. I'm a bit worried that Numu isn't present enough on the map right now. Look at what Louis doing. He's walling himself in. He's already pulled 1 relic home. The second one is about to cha-ching in 15 seconds. We don't have any excavated relics, meanwhile, for Numudan. And you might think he's just raw ahead because mana's OP, lol. But remember, military schools give a pretty good bump at this stage in the game. And he's got 4 of them plus the Mehmed Imperial Armory. So I'd say Louis is pretty competitive here, and with map control, that would also mean sacred sites. And stone's being gathered up, so like we might even actually be seeing 2 TC, which will feel somewhat organic, because remember, he got all that stone because he was gathering the relics. Yeah. I quite like this. I think you could actually justify 2 TC. He's probably a little bit reluctant because Numudan, he hasn't seen what the next wave is. And right now it's just like Mass Sipahi. So if you ran into Mass Spears, it's a bit ugly, even with the Spring backup. Move speed of Earlsguard, they move at the speed of Spearmen. They're really fast, actually. They're 1.25. It's very deceptive because it's easy to forget, but most men at arms, remember, are 1.12. Yeoman now coming in. Wait, does Numudan think he's forcing Janissaries? Because he did show Knights. And Numudan has, like, limited vision on the map. He's actually quite blind here. Yeah, if he went to, like, the local hospital, they'd probably just give him a dog. He wouldn't know why, and until he thought about it for a sec. He just doesn't see anything. Need more for Louis. He's ganking, he's rotating, he's keeping an eye on what his opponent's doing. Numudan also looks like what he's trying to do here is go Imperial, which is a little bit crazy against Mass Sipahi, but it comes back to him not knowing the true extent of what Louis has done here. Yeah, there's a growing risk he just gets dove, so I love that Numudan now just switches straight over onto Mass Spears. My worry is the Springles, man. That's why I like these going Yeoman. I think you need enough to just remove that threat from the fight. Because even though it is Mass Sipahi, Louis MT can just turn it into kind of a funneled attack. That's a unique thing about Sipahi compared to other horsemen, is obviously the extra range allows them to be more cost efficient in choke point trades. A little bit poke, Numu. Uh-oh. Those Springles are going to hurt. Calm down. Yeah, it does back away before he takes a hit to the face. Something I feel like I haven't really seen Lancaster players doing is actually healing injured troops to heal them. Remember, although it produces these extra percentile HP units for you, it is still also a healing building. So high value to leverage. Sometimes it feels clunky and hard to do because, like, for a lot of gamers out there, they usually go with Select All Army or Select All Idle Army. Or you use control groups, and overriding those control groups fluidly to remove injured units can feel quite clunky. And King's College gives +6 to Knights and Demi-Lancers against Heavy. Not 7 or 8. Collar Vesses, it costs about, I think it's 274 resources. Springles cost about nothing. They cost nothing. Military tactics training? I think military tactics training is a bait. You only ever get that tech in Imperial Age. 20% bonus damage sounds good, but then you look at the units it affects, and then it's pretty bad. The numbers just don't support it. Not for the price. Springles moving in, though. I'm not sure anything supports Numudan on this fight. Like, the Springles are unanswered. And Sipahi are just going to ride on in. Nice snipe on the King straight away, so no Lord giving extra HP. This is just a deceptive fight. You see a few Knight bodies, but they are just bodies. Most of them dead. Now the Sipahi wrapping around the back on the villages. It's over. GG gets called. Louis MT, an unstoppable force of nature when he picks this Civ. Oh, +7 military tactics? Dude, like, if you can point me to a game where you went military tactics training in Age 3 and it worked, I'll be impressed. I don't rate that tech. So for those wondering the tech we're talking about, I've hyped that tech, and I've hyped it in, like, hyper late game. I think this tech here, military tactics training, sucks in the... And let me move the chat so you guys can see. I think it sucks in the early mid game. It's only a tech that makes sense when you are in Imperial. Because the problem's the price. It's 1,000 resources. That's so much to pay. And obviously you get the 15% off, but you're still paying 850 resources for this tech. It's way too expensive for Castle Age. Because, like, think about it, the only unit that's going to be truly impactful on is spears. Right? Because, like, the argument of, like, I get this with Color S's because I increase my damage by 1.2. Okay, I could do that, or I could buy Bloomery. Right? Which is applicable to all attacks, not just bonus damage. Could be good with heal training. In theory, but heal training is like already good enough for the charge damage. I don't think it's worth the further increase because you do 22 damage bonus on the charge. So you'd be increasing it by 5, almost, right? But once again, how many extra Hobolars could I have instead of just paying 850 resources? I could have almost 10 more Hobolars. No, blacksmith techs don't count as bonus damage, but the point is, if I'm getting on a... Let's say I'm buffing my bonus damage on knights from 6 to 7.2. That means, compared to Bloomery, I'm only getting 0.2 extra damage. But the difference is Bloomery will apply bonus damage to... like, extra damage to everything I attack. Whereas military tactics training will only apply it to specific units that I counter. It's just... like, you can spread the mass out however you want. It just doesn't... It doesn't make sense as a tech in Castle. It's there for Castle, but it is truly, in my eyes, an Imperial tech. Because then, like, when you're hyper late in the game, remember, once you go Imperial, your bonus damages get even higher. And that's when you're like, okay, you know, I've got everything now, and instead of it being, yo, this amplifies my units by X degree, it's now like, okay, I want extra firepower, and I don't have population. So now, because I don't have population, I'm interested in making the population I have existing more efficient. Not planning on fighting into a hard counter early, it doesn't make sense. I think even if you are fighting into a hard counter, it doesn't make sense early. Because, like, once again, you know, how big does your army have to be for that tech to pay off? Just think about it this way. For Steeled Arrow, as an example, which at the point you get it is a 20% increase to damage in Feudal Age. For Steeled Arrow to make sense, most players need to be at about 10 archers. Right? And Steeled Arrow costs 175 resources. So we're talking about a tech that's over 4 times more expensive. And isn't going to buff your damage against everything. Right? So, like, military tactics training sounds cool, but it is very underwhelming until you get a lot later in the game. All right. Speaking of games, G2, we are actually going to have Japanese versus Knights Templar in Himiyama. I'm smiling because this is just like, so far, this is just so Louis MT picks, you know? It's completely Louis MT type picks. Louis MT and B are like 2 sides of the same coin, I swear. Very reminiscent of each other. One sec. Did I get a message through? Want to know? I was just saying that this is the most Louis draft I could imagine. Game 1, Ottomans. Game 2, Japanese. What are you missing? Game 3, Chinese? Let me just double check the draft. Nah, he'll pick John. So we have actually got a showdown in Himiyama. Numudan is trailing in the series. But you got a pretty solid pick here. Knights Templar is an interesting one. We actually saw Japanese versus Knights Templar between, I believe it was Louis MT and Lucifron just last week on this map. And Japan got rolled. In that particular game, Lucifron was being very, very greedy with the Japanese. Knights Templar being very all-in. This is the weird thing about KT. KT, at the core, their identity, they're an Archer Civ. Has anyone else really just registered that yet? Close your eyes, and I'm going to say the words Knights Templar, and tell me what you picture. What do you imagine when I say that? Because you're probably thinking like, oh yeah, you know, heavily armor-cladded lads, right? Deus Volt, you know, bulky lads in, you know, full chainmail or plate armor. Guy with a great sword. You're not thinking pew-pew bows, are you? But in the game, like, this is the weird thing. You have all those things I mentioned. Those iconic, look at my men-at-arms. You know, they even gave them different skins for Knights Templar. Look at my Templar brothers. Look at my Teutonic Knights later. But what you end up with is archers. Like, it is the most efficient unit because of their economy. Like this from Numu, by the way. Because archers are their most efficient company, the reason they are is because they're so good on wood. It makes this play very organic. Yeah, which is quite funny when you watch Japanese versus Knights Templar, and Knights Templar are the ones doing fishing. But Japan did recently get nerfed on their fishing. And I guess buffed on their land for fishing. Yeah, because we have a dish from Louis. Oh, come on, man. This is so much food. You get, what, 2,000 food here? This is 2450. Now, it's a bit different than that. Knights Templar are getting additional workers to work that food, although the gathering rate is fairly weak, whereas deer gathering rate is going to be better than sheep, etc. This is where we're going to get someone bringing up deer shoving and how much they hate it. I feel like at least once a day we get that. Wait, why did someone just call Saladin Salah Adin? Is that actually his name and I just didn't realize that? I at least knew how to pronounce it. Oh no, you spelled it wrong though. It's Salah Adin. It's the one I think you're referring to. Yeah, I feel like most Europeans were kind of taught to call him Saladin. It is Saladin. Which I believe historically, good old Lionheart gave him the respect of calling him that name. Even though they were rivals. Kurstav's coming in, Kingdom of France on the other side. That's his name, bro? But I thought it was Adin, not Edin. Salah Edin. You typed E-D-D-I-N. Is it not A-D-D-I-N? So Louis has now got the spears coming out to deny the dock. Kingdom of France is going to come through pretty quick, though. He should be safe. Wood's been gathered up, so we'd like to see a single or a double archer range drop here. Meanwhile, for Louis, the Kurstar house isn't really being rushed. Is this Fast Castle? This is looking a little bit like Fast Castle with the way that he's balanced the tech up. But he's gathering a lot of wood if that is the intent. Yeah, there you go. For the outpost. This is a fast tech. Oh, man. It's questionable how the letters translate in Latin. That's fair. But it's like everyone... I feel like every time I've heard it pronounced, it's always Saladin. Even with people with Arabic accents. We don't pronounce the A before Dean, so it's Saladin. Wait, so Saladin is correct. Where did Saladin come from, then? We're just having a fun little bit of history here. After all, we are just seeing a normie Japanese fast tech build. Oh my god, what are all these timeouts? You guys are timeout horny. Oh, there goes Null. And there goes Chosen, mate. Anyone else who needs to be purged? So Saladin was right all along? Yeah, like I'm still like trying to scratch my brain on this because it's interesting with these type of dialects. So we had this with Hospitalier. And something like, I don't know where Hospitalier came from. And I'm pretty sure I know where it came from. It's French pronunciations. Because Chevalier isn't Chevalier. So Hospitaler and Hospitalier were both accepted as correct. Based on that. Because, like, and also, where that got, like, confusing people was, like, Hospitaler and Hospitalier. Because you say Hospitaler, like Hospitalaire, it already leans towards the A element. Hence how you got that warping of the words. Okay, so we do have the knights coming in, but like, I mean, Louis already got the double outpost up. He is missing the arrow slits, which was insanely greedy. I think maybe he just forgot about it because he just triggered both. There's a small gap here, but the problem is you see double outposts and you don't think that the upgrades aren't there. Even if they weren't, you can't dive quick enough against Tawara. Yeah, so Numudan, the only way this now works is if you go for a ram rush. He prioritized Steeled Arrow. Timing doesn't look great here for Numudan. That's true. The most important one to remember, guys, is this Leviosa. Let's agree on the German spelling, Hospitalnecht. No, because now, like, do you want to go down the rabbit hole? When we deeply offended Krakody because we were like, the Teutonic Knights are not German. I mean, they were, but then they sailed very much outside of German lands. He didn't like that. In fairness, our geography was correct, though. They settled in Polish/Prussian/Lithuanian land. Actually, what was the... I'm trying to remember what was the cultural identity of that region at the time? Game's Giga over? Yeah, I'm just like, that's why we're having fun discussions on the side. Like, this RAM is so late. And the stable's already coming. The problem is, like, Numudan, this type of play can maybe work if he adds in spears as well. Because then he has a blocker to the Mountain Samurai. But Mountain Samurai don't care about Chevalier. Nord? It wouldn't be Nordic, would it? Can we have like a map? Culture map. It's gotta be a thing. Because they're Baltic, right? But I'm trying to remember what that would have been referred to. Well, they're in the Baltic and in like Germanic/Prussian, right? What chat is this? Oh, we're talking about Teutonic Knights, and because of where they settled, what their identity would be. Because when they settled after the Crusades, they were no longer in the German lands, right? They're in what eventually became Prussia. But was also Polish at the time. Oh, what chat is this? Oh, this is like my combi chat. We have a bot to smush it all together. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's quite a popular one. Like, stream bots can do these things. Anyway, looks like he did get through the outposts, but Mountain Samurai count is what? 3? Is this as over as it seems, actually? Or did he miss his timing? Now, this is curious. I mean, the Mountain Samurai, if you pull them back and heal them, they can slowly whittle away at this. It is only one ram. I'm actually impressed. I thought Numudan was just going to be more dead than this. But, oh, God, he snuck out. Honestly, like, Numudan, not as dead as he should have been, if he saw that. He's scoured the gold, but he isn't looking at the gold right now. That is wild. Yeah, he's going to have more knights coming. Now, this is where it becomes obvious as well to Numudan pretty quickly. He can't see a marketplace, and he's seeing more knights. So now you're just rolling your eyes going, he done it, didn't he? Like, he got out. I feel bad for him, man. That this is actually looking like kind of a sick timing. Double gold in the back, and he blocked it. He knew he wasn't going to go to the close gold. Instead, I think what happened is Louis Gamba going out with the monk, checked it was okay, and then the villagers ran over. Now, the Chevalier is going here, but this is now a problem. It's too much breathing room. By the time you realize this has happened, the outpost is going to be up, and you'd have to react with the whole army. And if you do that, likely looking at being sandwiched by Mountain Samurai. Yeah, I said this is a streamer bot. It's a pretty handy one. You can do loads of things with streamer bot. Oh, this is a munch down though, did that? This is so fun. Oh, if Nemu at least had a tech up coming, maybe. But these 8-man samurai just turned this into an absolute massacre and answered an important question. If Japan existed in the Middle East, could they have dealt with the Knights Templar even quicker? Yes, they could have. Bro, like, you seen these psychopaths? Never underestimate the power of the Naginata. Yeah, you have to, like, tweak it a lot to get it, but yeah. Look at this, Crackety. Always coming and taking our idea. When am I getting commish? That's why he keeps coming back to sub. He's like, I need to hear all the beats. He's like, Cracker, oh, I quite like these ideas. First, he came for my beard. Then he came for my chatbot. Actually, didn't we have the same glasses for a bit as well? But then you changed them. Be honest, did people in the streets call you a psychopath? Or like a killer? Not far away the glasses? He used to have more similar glasses. I'm pretty sure I recall you had almost like identical glasses at one stage. How much did my PC cost? Exclamation mark PC, you can have a look at the components. I still need to update that on the Amazon side because it's weird. But the combined value of the components was $4,500. Maybe a little bit more. So yeah, we have a beast of a PC. EGC should come from my bitrate. Stream looks better than theirs. Was that just my head? We tweaked some certain variables for it to look better. And also, I'm pretty sure I've got a better PC than Cal. Maybe. Considering he was begging me for a contact for new... I think I have a better PC than Cal, yeah. I definitely have, like, the giga CPU. I kind of actually, like, want to be greedy and ask my contact for one of the X3Ds. There's only, like, one CPU better than the one I've got. Yeah, didn't they crash on the weekend? Emma was telling me, because, like, I wasn't really paying much attention on my day off because we were at, like, a barbecue. But she was telling me, apparently, like she was like, the view count is now really low. I was like, what? Oh, for God's sake. Feels bad, man. They're still getting crashes. How many kilos or grams? You would have to stuff 12 kilos of cocaine up your butthole to afford this PC, based on commission you get for drug muling that. I'm glad I could explain it in my language. You're welcome. Thank you, thank you. Oh, hold on a sec. I just realized I need to get... I'm going to maybe put in a request for a new piece of equipment from Elgato. So I have one of the mic arms, but the one I've got is not one of the... It's not a piston-powered one. It's just a screw-point one. But because I've got a heavier mic, that means it can weigh down. Sorry if you guys can hear this, because I'm changing its location. Yeah, it always falls down a bit, and it tilts the crap out of me. Ugh. Because I like it higher. So it's pretty much it. Because, like, otherwise I lean over a little bit to be close to the mic. Alright. Well, this is looking pretty bad right now. Louis MT is just steamrolling through the series. We are on Sunken Lands for game numero 3. This pick isn't really inspiring much confidence. Roos are just looking really solid. In general. French versus Roos, it's not that French can't do anything, it's more the timings don't maybe align for the things you want to do. It's very hard, I think, to all-in French as into Roos, right? So, like, you can't really dive Roos bases because they're very safe with the Wooden Fortress. And then if they tech up, you've got Horse Archers raiding you in return. This is an interesting start from Numudan. He goes straight out onto the deer. So no Pro Scouts coming? I guess that kind of makes sense. Your Pro Scouts is theoretically weaker than Roost because they're so fast. No deer shove coming in from the Roost, though. It's just going to be double hunting cabin already generating the goodies. When we get bad dragons... Bro, we're child-friendly stream. Everyone's meant to be able to bring their children to this chat. I don't know if I'd advise it, but theoretically you could. Like, you know, technically you could bring a cat to a war zone. It's probably ill-advised, though. I don't know. Actually, now that I think about it, if I saw someone, like if I had a sniper scope and I saw someone waddling by with a cat, I feel like I would be like, oh, dude, I can't do that to him. Like, if I shoot him, who's going to look after the cat, you know? See, look, one of the kids in the chat is now asking the wrong questions. Why did you have to bring up that brand? All right, so 15 sheep to 18. So pretty balanced so far. And Golden Gate is on the way. Skull Cavern on the other side. Everything pretty normal as expected so far. Is he still going to pro scout though? 4 on gold when you are nowhere near complete on tech up is a lot. It could be for wheelbarrow. It was quite popular before the pro scouts meta to do wheelbarrow alongside the teching time. Felt quite fluid. But I don't know if there's like a rush to wheelbarrow here. Because what do you need to wheelbarrow your villagers with? What's going to idle them? Because realistically, roosts aren't really expected to open nights here, so there should be no need to run around with your villagers a lot. Especially when you move out to deal like this. Party thinks the deer shop's going to get nerfed. I honestly would just rather see they add a lot of new food types that can't be shoved so easily. No, kids enjoy watching sometimes. What, when there's like a big explosion and then they get bored? Wait, you actually Googled? I can't believe you Googled it. Actually, I can believe you Googled it. You'd think people would learn these things on the internet, but... Yeah, I don't know. Like, for viewing, I'm not sure if AoE4 is really a popular game amongst young people. The pacing's a lot slower. It's not like watching Rocket League. You know? Our game is not very ADHD, brain. I think it was short and quick. Like, I would say I'd expect more kids to watch StarCraft 2 than AoE4. Does that make sense? Because of the pacing difference. Like, the speed at which things happen and resolve is a lot faster. And I think for us older people whose eyes aren't able to keep up so much anymore, like 144 frames is too much for us. We just can't process the rendering. It's almost more consumptional this way. Consumptive. For you, the pace being slow is the whole point. Yeah, but like, are you a kid or are you old? That's the thing. I do miss casting fast-paced games. I do want to get that back into the repertoire. Like, I miss Apex Legends, Dota 2. I like having AoE4, but it's nice to have variety too. I did think about starting to stream some Dota 2 pubcasts, but I just like... I don't know. I don't think there's much overlap with AoE4 Dota 2 people. There are some exceptions, but I don't think that they're not. Like, I think pro-level players, there's a few people I know of that like Dota 2. But casuals, I don't know about that. Love my 8 times casts. I like doing them too. It's just I don't think people... It's too much, right? Because like even Dota 2 might have fights that are the epic speed of like Dota 2, of 8 times cast, but they then slow down again. Yo, what's up, Camian? You ain't slowing down. 18 months, you absolute legend. Thank you very much, mate. Like, think about it, right? The degree of, like, microscopic things happening is there in Age of Empires 4, but from a visibility standpoint, a viewership perspective, like, you don't really process it the way the players do. But, like, by comparison to Dota 2, there's a lot going on subconsciously, but the active things you will see and comprehend as a viewer is drastically higher. From things like creep pulls, to creep stacking, to ward placement, to harassment, skill usage on lane, etc. It's very, very different. Most people in the chat are between 30 and 40. Agreed. Like, you know what would probably slap pretty hard for an esports, like, thing to do on this channel? Is a slow-paced tactical shooter. Right, almost like a Tarkovy type thing. I'd drive all the people away if I, like, started casting a Call of Duty game. But I think the pacing, like, almost the strategic ratty nature of that type of game would be kind of proving the point that, like, in terms of what makes sense for the audience's consumption. It's this almost relaxing pace. So we do have High Trade House coming in. Wow, what a big surprise. Louis MT is just bypassing Feudal Age. No one could have ever expected this from a Bruce pick. You see vivid explosions and particles when you watch Dirt 2? I need to, like, catch up on the meta. I feel really bad that I haven't found time for Dirt 2 in quite a while now. But, you know, like, I don't know. It's still weird to me. I remember someone asked me, like, how do you know all the spell names? I'm like, I don't really know how to tell you that. I just do. It just comes. I think, like, that's been a benefit to me as a caster. It's just, I pick up things fast. And you can see that in, like, you know, Age of Empires 4. When people just ask me numbers, I just know them. To me, it's almost like if I read them, but also if I've said them, it's just there. Especially if I write them down. I don't even look back at them. I always say that, like, I've made notes for events for other people, and I never look back at my notes myself. It's handy. Smug KP? Nah, dude. It's like, I don't think that would apply to anything in life, like everything in life. So that skill set is very specifically within this area. It's not like I have photographic memory and could be a lawyer for a big firm without going to Harvard, you know? The, like, little tip for anyone who's ever thinking about doing casting, probably don't, is like, it's honestly, I love it, but it's also AIDS to try and exist in this industry. Sometimes knowing everything perfectly is overrated as crap. You lose the discoverability in the ore, but also, like, the other thing is, certain things don't sound as cool by their real name. Like, the amount of you that keep screaming money shot instead of sink shot. I still think Arrow Rain or Heaven's Arrows sounds better, though. Right? Like, you just gotta find catchy things to refer to different elements of the game. This dive is way too ambitious. This is the thing, right? Like, we actually saw a game from Deniska where he got annihilated by an all-in from Magadai, and the difference is this Wooden Fortress. It just breaks these type of dives. Now, he is finding some worker kills. Great Garrison micro there by Louis. Turns what should have been 7 worker kills and just 2 extras. But the cost is high here. Numudan's still an age behind, and the Knights are starting to trickle a little. He needs more kills. Louis being insanely greedy, by the way. Wait, what? There we go. There's the Garrison shenanigans that we know him for. And he doesn't even try? I mean, your opponent's aged up. The Knights are shrinking in numbers, but you did build an eco lead. All right, a little bit of a quicker GG than I was expecting. So it is going to be a 3-0 victory for Louis MT. Numudan out. Tell me within 10 money how much. Oh, sorry. I saw that too late. I would have done that next after the dive, but the dive was too fast. But yeah, so, like, for example, let's say you're in a cast and there's, like, a really good sink shot that hits the entire back line. It's like you go, and the sink shot, right? It's like, money shot, Something along the lines, I don't know, I don't really think about these ahead of time. I just kind of say them. Probably the only skill I got. You could be like, and it's raining down from heaven above. Or something like that, right? Much more epic. There's a really good one for this, if I can find it. In Apex. When TSM won. This is really good from some British casters. So you had Onset was on the mic for this. And I think it's generally probably his best line ever in all his casting. I've heard a decent amount of his casting. I think, like, and it's not even an insult to say, I think it's the best one he's ever done. Like, it's that much praise for it. So let me open it up quick. There you go. So this is potentially the final round. TSM was like, they could win with this.
shield break as now the fight goes down. So important that you get the damage here, and it's done. TSM up in the skies. House goes down from the heavens.
Yeah.
Would be massive.
And like, by the way, like that was huge as well, right? Listen, ready?
House goes down from the TSM up in the skies. House goes down from the heavens.
Do you notice what he's doing afterwards? Says nothing, dude. Like, it's so underrated. It's something I've tried to impart when I've like cast for some people, because if one person talks too much, the other person can then talk too much, and you just have like a self-fulfilling prophecy of what the hell are we doing? But like, silence is sometimes the most powerful tool you have. Like, we've had it before where, you know, we'll have moments where someone disastrous, like a demo ship. We had it like the other, I think in the show match. A demo ship that just shouldn't have hit and sunk the whole fleet, and we just said nothing. Because you soak it, and you notice it more in LANs. Like, that's why I miss LANs. I love LANs so much. Because the crowd is like your... you almost feel like an orchestra in a way, if that makes sense. Right? You're almost the conductor at certain phases as you control the crowd higher and lower. And he just like... His silence comes in so the crowd can take over. And it makes it 20 times better. Because then after about like a 10 or 15 second delay, he can make a slow statement. TSM have done it, or whatever, right? Sorry, just checking on the YouTube side. Enjoy streaming AoE, you become successful, it becomes a job, then it becomes a job. Sure, like, there's always an argument no matter what you do, like, you know, but I enjoy my job. There are times where it can be a bit draining, and I've talked about this before, like, I'd love to be able to have, like, a variety day or two each week and not feel like it kills my channel, so that we can diversify our content and keep things fresh. But like when esports casting and not content creation, just casting was my job, then I loved it. Like, the only sad part was obviously like if you didn't get hired, right? I didn't mind knocking down the doors, it's just when nothing came back. Let me catch up on chat. We have got another series starting in a sec, by the way. It's going to be B versus Voldemar, so let me update the title and we'll be underway in a sec. Gives us a moment to talk about this. KP Caster Academy? Sure, like, I always give feedback to people. I know, like, I try not to just force it. I actually ask do they want feedback a lot of time now. Unless they're casting me regularly, in which case I kind of, like, push it in there, because I'm like, well, like, I want you to be better, because it can also make me look better. It makes us look better. And also, like, there's things where if I know I can help, I'd rather help than let you continue to exist in front of me, like, not doing the best you can do. Myriad's a great cast and doesn't play into any of that stuff. Agreed. I think, like, if you're a good analytical caster, you don't need to be a play-by-play, is, like, another thing I've highlighted before. There's some people I've just heard try and force play-by-play. I'm like, you don't need to do that, dude. Like, you're so knowledgeable, you shouldn't be shoehorning yourself into a role that doesn't fit your voice at all. It's fine that it doesn't fit your voice. And Myriad understands that well. Like, he can do, like, he'll take a little bit of play-by-play, and I've like, allowed it, or whatever you want to say it. Because it makes sense, because it's like, if it's not the crazy hype moment where you need the screamy stupid man, then it's fine to have someone else do that, because it sets the tone correctly. If everything is 10, nothing's 10, right? And once again, that's not like an insult to Myriad. It's just, he understands his voice fulfills that soothing, analytical role very, very well. In scenarios, you could say rain down health to them. I think we had like a moment, if I'm not mistaken, I think maybe it was a sync shot. Was it on the weekend or something else? I just remembered it. It was like arrow. I think I said something along the lines of like arrows to block out, enough arrows to block out the sun, right? And like that just paints you a picture. Like, for me, that just reminds me of 300 from that scene. I've always been curious about that. Is there lots of feedback behind the scenes on how they can you can co-cast better? Not really. I've like, for 8 years, struggled through this industry trying to figure it out myself. Well, sorry, 7 years. Sometimes I get feedback and I appreciate it. And like, I think people just assume because I've been doing this so long, I don't want or need feedback or whatever. Like, shout out to Gideon. I love this. Where he's like, you're doing great. He said, the one thing though, is like when you get a laugh or a cheer out the crowd, don't rush beyond it. Soak in it. You've earned it, man. Like, enjoy it. And he's right. Like, I wasn't really appreciating what I had or hadn't done. But like, I always try to give feedback. I've done that with Tim. I've done that with Lidicor. I've done it with Crackety. So on and so forth. Like, if I think the person can take it, sometimes it takes a person being, it sounds a bit messed up, but sometimes it takes a person being like a little bit of a low in their casting career to convince them that like there's something they can improve upon and help them find that. And sometimes like, it depends on the player, but sometimes you can't force that assistance. You have to, you know, you have to like have them in a thirsty state where they need the help. But like, the thing I always have to remind myself is I have more casting experience than like literally anyone in the scene, right? Of like for our game, for example. And that's not me, like that's not as an arrogant, like cocky brag. That's more a case of like being transparent about I have this experience, and if I can help others become better at their job, to make me want to be better at my job, to make everyone better at our jobs, to make the scene better, then like that's, I feel like for me, if I'm not doing what I can to help with that, then I'm not doing everything I can to help the scene and esports succeed. I'm convinced KP's co-casters keep telling me to do your mum jokes when casting together. Nah, dude. I just get bored every once in a while, so I've got to drop them in. Some crossover skill set with stand-up comics. I guess in ways. Like, it's not comedial based for a lot of us, though, right? I think with me, it just happens to go that way for whatever reason. Like, we might have, like, dad puns, or we have... I guess another piece with me is it's almost the metaphoric element of my casting. I like to paint a picture of words a lot. Instead of just saying literally what's there, we'll be like, you know, that's like throwing a kitten in a blender or whatever the hell, right? Don't force puns, just let it happen. Yeah, like you'll hear it all the time. I'll just like say something like the amount of times I'll have like a quirky wordplay, and I've had some cast like, I see what you done there, and you can almost just have like the 404 buffering look on my face, like, oh yeah. Threading the needle? Threading the needle is a great saying. Also, I've just... In some ways, I've leaned into accepting that I'm British a bit more, I think, over like, more recent years. Like, you'll hear me using the saying, like, absolute shellacking. Which is very British, but... I don't know. What do I do to my poor kids? What do you mean? My kid's just here. I got draft underway, by the way. It's going to be best of 5. I think everything's been updated. So this one is going to be live series, which is why the draft is happening now. Like this. Oh, because I do live events so often. I guess in some ways. Well, like, I think the more important thing is when you're in front of a crowd, like, they can... And someone who's, like, been at live events will probably get where I'm going with this. They can sense when you don't believe. If you really want to resonate with a crowd and you really want to succeed as a stage host, you need to believe you can succeed as stage host. You need to believe that the crowd believes in you, that you are one and the same, if that makes sense. Because if I went out and was like, hey, guys, make some noise. Why aren't you any... Why is no one making noise? Guys? Guys? Please, my mom's watching this. Make some noise. Right? Like, your career's over. So you gotta believe that, like, when you say, are you all happy to be here? Right, I mean, that's a shit question. Who cares, right? Who wants to see Faker? Right, like, dude, yeah. Freaking someone's, like, ripping their shirts, someone's swinging around, like, louder, you piece of shit. You know, you really gotta believe what you're selling. Why am I buying if you don't even believe it? It's a weird feeling to convince yourself of that, and like, it almost sounds like you're delusional or like narcissistic. That's not the goal at all. It's just like you have to have faith in what you're selling is wanted. But also be cognizant and empathetic of what makes sense, if that makes sense. It's a very weird psychological state. Like, I don't know, I've said before, I think people who do that role probably have to have something wrong with them a little bit. Fits for me. I think in general, people who want to be part of esports, succeed in esports, have to have something wrong with them. Because you could just go to different, like, dude, if I had focused my life on, like, becoming a sports commentator, a traditional sports commentator, like, you know, if I was on the board to begin with, like, my life would be a lot easier than it is trying to make it work in esports. How do I prepare for the castings? Do you have some statistics about the players like sports commentators do? Not really. If it's a new scene, sure. But, like, I feel like I I just know a lot of these things very well. I'll occasionally explore stats. I usually explore stats more when I'm doing a hosting role because they're good topic starters. But for me, you know, like, dude, like, who knows the scene better than, like, me at this stage? And once again, this isn't to be arrogant. It's like the reality check of how many hours have I put into Age of Empires 4? How many times have I been there casting it? The storylines I know, etc. So, like, for me, it's just... It's not as much reading someone else's story on a piece of paper as I've lived the story. So it's very different. And that's the same with Dota 2. I think a lot of Dota 2 people like that. So I remember I talked with like one host who came in and done Dota 2, and she said it was the weirdest experience she'd had because, like, no one does notes. And she wasn't used to that because every event she had, like, people done notes. Like, and I relate to that because, like, it was the other way around for me. When I done Apex Legends LGS, the entire cast collectively done notes. Which makes sense because there's so many teams competing at ALGS events. And they all were contributing to these notes, all adding pieces, little tidbits of info, things they know, statistics, etc. And I was like, why is this, like, for years I haven't seen this? What? Right? Like, it was completely foreign to me because in Dota 2, kind of weirdos there, right? Like, we wouldn't do any notes. There was no combined effort to weave the storylines. In fact, my only experience with notes in Dota 2 was a guy being freaking, like, protective of his notes. I went over to talk to him, and he was writing notes at the time. And he genuinely, full-on sheltered his body, like, what do you want? I'm like, not to see what the entry is in your recent diary entry about wet dreams. Like, dude, I just came to see if you were right? Like, but he thought I was looking to steal his notes, whatever it may be. Maybe it was a quirky line he came up with or whatever else. It's just so weird. And then I didn't realize how weird it was until I had that polarizing experience where the LGS team, which, like, I love those guys. I still wish I could have worked more with those guys. I love them, you know? Like, they were... Man, I'm trying to think, like, if there was any bad eggs from it, but I don't think so. Like, LGS Stockholm, I love those guys. Like, always got a lot of love for Fallout. He's incredible. Kate was great. Absolutely adored working with Bardolph. Rain Day is an absolute superstar. I wish I could work more with him as well. Vicky Key is incredible. And yeah, like, team as a whole was solid, right? So, like, their system, I just prefer. I don't know, man. Like, I've done it now. Like, when every Wallow I've done, and by the way, I think we should be starting soon. They're getting a lobby. So, like, when I done Wallow, I literally just created notes. Wallow Legacy, I created notes and passed them out to Drongo. I passed them out to Nilly, to Riley, and anyone else who want them. I literally went and I done like a round of interview questions with every qualified player. I wrote down, like, highlight takes and details on every map that was going to be there, the civ rankings, etc. I collated the data from each player and what civs they ranked as highest and then put them through. And then I just passed that data over to everyone. And it wasn't even for me. I literally looked... The only time I looked at that sheet while I was there was to update the outcomes of each series for the, like, anyone else reading it. And I think some people use it. I think Nilly actually, like, thanked me a lot. He said it was really helpful because Nilly likes that type of stuff. He's an analytical person. He likes diving in the details. But, like, I just provide that. I done it for Stormgate as well. Stormgate Major Open. As the host, I was literally writing notes and it gave access to it for everyone. I said, you can contribute if you want, but if not, I'll just do it. And I done that with... Did I do it with El Renado? No, because El Renado was different because it was just me and Winston, but we talked a lot about, like, the details behind the scenes. But yeah. I'm just, like... I like to think that long-term being a team player will make you go further in life. But, you know, short-term it is slow as all hell. Because, like, if you long-term are just the guy trying to make the broadcast look as best as possible instead of making yourself look best as possible, eventually people are going to notice that. But the problem is, when you're a freelance commentator, you are directly incentivized to make yourself look better. And you see it all the time with casters. Like, they'll do a casting piece, and it's almost like they're really trying to push, like, this hype moment. It's not that they're being fake the hype, but it's almost like you can tell, like, a big fight is about to happen, and they really want them to be on the mic. You know what I mean? Because that's the money shot. Because that's the thing they then go and put in a highlight reel to get hired to the next event. So yeah, it's a very weird experience because, like, highlight reels are a disingenuous way to hire talent, but it's the only way that makes sense. So the reason why highlight reels are disingenuous is I could be casting for 5 years and show you 3 minutes of content to convince you to hire me. So in 5 years, I could have done hundreds of hours of actual broadcasting, but you're gonna basically tell me that needs to be like funneled down to 3 minutes of content. That's easy. That should be easy at that point to find stuff that's hype or whatever, or what you're looking for, right? It's not true of what I am all the time. But the thing is, the people that are doing these hirings have a quadrillion different things to sort for events. They do not have time to sit down and watch a lot of these commentators for 8 hours at a time to decide who's viable for the show. Most don't anyway. Like, that's insane. So that's why our industry relies on highlight reels. But it is very disingenuous. And also, this career is like, it's thankless in a lot of ways and lacks direction in a lot of ways. Like, I did not have a mentor when I started in esports at all. And it's kind of heartbreaking for me because I remember like being at ESL Birmingham and someone told me, it's like, what you need a kingmaker. I was like, what is that? And like, they gave examples of kingmakers. They're like, this guy helped this guy a lot. It was his path. I was like, yeah, I wish I had that. We had to figure it out. Because, you know, even what is or isn't good casting is subjective, really. You can try to set objective terms for what is a good or bad caster, but it doesn't always fit. You know? Like, what objectively makes OD Pixel a good caster compared to, like, Artosis and Tasteless? But then, like, okay, we're not in objective territory anymore because, like, OD Pixel is the technical casting, but then for Tasteless and Artosis, it's the dynamic banter they have between them. So now, instead, we've taken a technical process, which we tried to make objective, and we made it subjective. Yes, good old James Bardolph. And Voldemar is playing in a sec. We're literally just waiting for the game to start now. Wacky facts about the players for AOE4 trivia? I can't remember. I think I've still got the sheet somewhere. There was maybe like 1 or 2 quirky questions we asked them. Same with raids. Many big channels stop raiding at some time when it could help small channels in the entire community. Well, yeah, because you're creating new competition for yourself. Like, my mentality is like, I wouldn't be doing what I am as a caster and host if I didn't think I had the ability to be the best person at that job, capable of reaching that point where I get on the stage and I know I'm the best at doing it, right? But like, because of the insecurities around it and the vicious nature of the industry, like, sometimes just unluckiness can screw your entire career. Like, I've grinded my way back to where we're at. Like, after the esports apocalypse hit, like, that was the worst time it could have hit for me. Because, like, I went from my best year in esports to my worst straight away. And that was because, like, the swinging winds. So, like, there was definitely a luck element about it. But, like, the more you put yourself in a position to be lucky, the more likely to be lucky, etc., right? It's like, people get paranoid for that reason. They get a little bit worried. And it's, like, the same with content creators. Like, why do content creators usually stop rating smaller, like, content creators? Because if you do it regularly enough, you're just, like, endorsing them and your community to move across. That's their thought process, is that community will care more about that person than them, right? So it's like you're helping your competition. But, like, for me, back to, like, the casting side especially, I have to believe that I'm good enough, right? So, like, if someone is doing a better job, like, that's why I give feedback, and anyone who wants it, I'm always there to give it to them within AOE4. If they're doing a better job, then that pushes me to do an even better job, which I damn well believe I'm capable of, right? Yeah, fun little TED talk. But I think it's time for the games, you gambaholics. Thank you. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm trying, like, I've always driven the idea that I would rather, and some people don't do this, some people go the other way, but I've always been of the belief I'd rather make myself better than make someone else worse. Because at the end of the day, like, that's like, yeah, victory's a victory, whatever, but, like, if my goal is to be the best, I put an asterisk next to the condition, and I'm not okay with that. It's like when you watch an F1 driver, like, damn, I wish I was competing at the same time as this person, considered the GOAT. Some casters who are the best in the biz, but they're super insecure about actually playing the games themselves. Do you have any advice for them? Yeah, just, like, ignore the chat and just keep, like, casting games. You do you, King. All right, let's get to it. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We are here live for one of our quarterfinals, B versus Voldemar. And what the hell is that? Wait. Is this... Wait. Oh god, B is cooking, man. This is so cool. I love this. We're on a brand new map. Excavation, appearing competitive for the first time ever here at Midweek Muster number 24. A map which has 4 Forgotten Ruins per player. Forgotten Ruins generate stone every single minute you garrison a villager inside, and after 6 minutes, excavate a relic. Which means Fast Castle Relic Rush civs, not so good. What has been good is House of Lancaster, because they use the stone you get passively from this very well. And the stone gen is good, guys. You gain 60 stone a minute. It is like having 1.5 to 1.6 villagers worth of gathering. Another civ that can technically use that stone very well. Abbasids. TCs. Dare I say Eco-Wing? Because I think Eco-Wing mathematically makes sense for what B is imagining here. I love this as well. To capture this, you need to have someone close by. So multiple elements there. Well, normally what we see is what Voldemar done. He built a Rax out here, and then he captures with the spears. For B, he doesn't want to build a Rax. That feels inefficient. So he walks a villager out to build the House of Wisdom, then builds the house. That's already bought some time. And I think he just idled, but he could have technically had the scout coming back to take over if he'd wanted. Obviously, that does mean your opponent gets more sheep, but the thing is you don't care about the sheep as much as the Abbasids. And boom, there it is. It is going to be Eco-Wing. And yes, Mongols should in theory be very good on this map. In fact, B was the very first player in a competitive match to show off how theoretically good Mongols can be with these Forgotten Ruins. If you guys remember, we had the Hymns Cup 1, where he leveraged them on one of the new maps we had created called Receding, which included 3 of these Forgotten Ruins. And he captured all 3 of them and had 270 stone generation at like 7 minutes in the game as Mongols, which is bonkers. So you will need to get a little bit extra stone gathering, but maybe the idea here is free TC. I think I can get behind that. It's quite greedy, but yeah, especially with Voldemar going for the House of Lancaster's defensive landmark choice. Probably not much pressure onto you early on. What an interesting strategy. 5 TC. I mean, if you're going to go 5 TC, you might as well capture the other Forgotten Ruins, right? Like, if we're going to go that far, let's maybe just take them all. Nice laming on the deer as well. Well played. Spear's just not able to get value at all. I mean, he could play towards this a little bit later. It's actually quite wallable, so he can re-secure down the line, but... Can't believe he actually got all the deer. Alright. Should we have a look at the Gamba? Who do you guys believe in? 92% for B? Oh, come on. Give Voldemar an ounce of credit. Like, maybe not too much, but like, it's a tiny ounce. I mean, in fairness, we have seen some people trying to multi-TC to outdo mana, and it's always felt a bit weird. Like, manas just tend to return investment a lot quicker, a lot more fluidly. And obviously, like, there's no weird idle time down the line. Like, if I build a second TC out here on the deer and the berries, these eventually run out and I have to move further away. If I do this and build a mana, the mana never has to move. You know, it doesn't pack up and move somewhere else to gather. It just infinitely gives me resources. So that's given a level of clean efficiency to this build. But free TC in theory, you eventually just rush into farms on a very cost-efficient basis. Only 53 wood. So I could kind of dig with what he's cooking. It is going to be 2 TC to start with, but organically, due to that stone on the backside, he will be able to get towards an additional TC, right? He's got 120 seconds left, so that's going to be 120 stone more. You need 245. Ooh. Yeah, I think if he grab stone for 1 villager, he'd have enough for a 3rd TC. For now, definitely not rushing it. Instead, it's going to be on the gold, so Fast Castle? Remember, Fast Castle's a little bit weird on this map because until you've dug up the relics, there is nothing religiously oriented to aim for. You could technically capture Sacred Sites to get some gold, but you can't go for relics. We are going to get more garrisons. So Voldemar's going to accelerate. Triple villager? Well, he did see the second TC. I don't think he's going to be mirroring TC Boom. It's just he's got way too much wood right now. And we've got Ezra kicking and cooing on the side. B switching from orange to green confuses you? I would just love for there to be a... I don't know why it isn't a thing after 4 years almost with AV4. I'd love for there to just be an option for the spectator to choose the colors they see. I don't know why we'd like... I would at least understand you not being able to do that if there were custom colors which were microtransactions. Because then it's like the reason why that's important, guys, like that's the same reason why you can't have skins you can turn off in a competitive game. People wouldn't buy. Like, why do people buy a goofy clown car for, like, their RAM? They buy it so they can flaunt it in front of other people. Yeah, all the skin colors are free in this game. So, like, let me have blue and red, damn it. Voldemar says, let me have more manas, damn it. They're already being spammed up. Why not use red, blue with the insert key? I'll show you why. Do you see the problem? Do you see it? We've now got a 4-player game. We've got red, blue, yellow, and green. Now let me make it worse. Do you see the other problem? You would never be able to change player. So yeah, insert is not a solution. Apparently, free TC is the solution to this. I mean, why stop at free? You know, that's all I'm saying. Because I see another berry and a deer over here. I see another deer over here. Show health bars. Oh yeah. Thank you, thank you for reminding me health bars. Yeah, green on blue, and then yellow on red. Like it just gets worse and worse. The insert key is a nightmare. It does nothing helpful. When I accidentally press the insert key, there is immediate confusion from viewers. The map name. This map name is called Excavation. You can find it on the mod area. It's being created by Avali. Okay, so castle's around the corner for both players. Voldemar, I mean, there's no value in White Tower here, right? It's trip TC. There's no clear, easy dive point. Killing 1 or 2 villages won't do anything. So, the King's College makes a lot of sense. For Abbasids, probably military wing just to get some presence. That also sets you up to playing composite bows against yeomen. Doesn't seem like the worst of ideas, actually. At least to have as an option on the table. And yeah, there we go. King's College, because Voldemar likes winning. King's College is a crazy good landmark. You know what the hilarity is? I've had a debate with 1 or 2 aspiring pro players on like this landmark. And then be like, it's not that good. Or like I've said White Tower I think is like very underwhelming. They're like, it's not. White Tower is very good. White Tower is like super situational. It requires a tempo-based build. And if you open with White Tower and don't immediately do something with Earl's Guard, you kind of feel bad about it. It's often I feel like White Tower, unless you are absolutely rushing it as quick as possible, feels like a forced play. King's College gives a lot of variance. Economically, it benefits you a lot. Because you have to remember, like, here's the crazy thing, guys. If I go Culture Wing as Abbasids, I can get a 20% discount on all my techs. By going Culture Wing. If I go to King's College, I get 15% discount. It's almost the same as Culture Wing. But then obviously I also get unique tech you otherwise wouldn't. It's incredible. And what's the incredible play going to be here? Voldemar, he's going to start off with the monastery, so he's going to be rushing out for the goodies, of which he has 1. But remember, he has been camping on these ruins. He even left a Spearman there so he couldn't get decapped. I love that detail. So he's less than 2 minutes away from getting 2 extra relics. Meanwhile, B has been resetting the Forgotten Ruins. So is he going to build more TCs? Oh my god, this actually might be like the Abbas's wet dream. You mean I can efficiently get infinite stone? Well, let me just like go Culture Wing in Age 4 and then spam medical centers everywhere. Alright, 1s if you think B's going to win this, 2s if you think Voldemar is. We have got Camel Archers getting added in. Good against the Billman Spears. Can you guys hear my son, by the way? He's getting so much more chatty these days. He's just off the side going, hey, hey, all staring outside. I'll show you the adorable mother ducker afterwards. And we are going to get camel riders to counter the knights. That's smart. So normally people counter knights with knights in this situation. That's bad. The reason that's bad is because Collar of Esses. Collar of Esses would give you +6 damage. You'd win that fight. The camels, well, you end up going -5 damage. Immediate Yeoman? Oh, we see it quite frequently. It's just a reliable back line. It's a lot more fluid than crossbows. If you play crossbow knights, you're really slow. If you play Yeoman knights, you move fast. We are getting hill forts, though. Sorry, hill training. Too much hom. I keep saying hill forts. Hill training is intriguing here. Like, you did see some camel archers, but the camel riders is a big no-no. Yeah, I'm peculiar, a little bit peculiar here. Curious what the thought process is. In fairness, even if he doesn't use it, hill training's only like 100 resources, maybe 110. So it's not you sinking the ship. It's not you bankrupting the family. However, B might just bankrupt this map. He's already at 73 villages. And Collar of Esses is actually on the way. Wait, but why? This is just a waste of, what, 300 resources? I think maybe Voldemar just forgot about it at this stage. You know, it's like a little icon in the corner of your screen. There was a moment where it made sense, now it doesn't. It's going to try to make sense of this. We have got Hobbitars coming. Okay, now Collar of Esses might have some use now. B is switching to Lancers, but it's a pretty crazy delay on the timing. Farms are also getting added in, and that is a lot of camels this early on. Oh my god. These aren't even units they counter. It's just they're so tanky. 270 HP on those riders. Oh god, he's just snowballing. I think Voldemar at this point is just completely dumbfounded. Like, what have I just walked into? You know when you just turn up for like a gentlemanly boxing fight in an arena and then you hop in and they just open a trapdoor and a bear walks out? That's what he's feeling right now. Well, B, yo, what about the 4th TC? We got the stone. You could just place them in placements on the flanks here. Your opponent's going Hobbitars, so it would be perfect to counter him out. Speaking of which, this does not look like a strong Hobblar timing. We have 2. The value in hill training is meant to be the initial charge, but also the rapid pacing of this build. You produce them every 8 seconds. If you're not producing them, it doesn't really feel that good. Oh my god, he's going to get outproduced. It's not just raw economy, it's now just the military academy effect. Luckily for him, tier 3 is a long, long way away, but military academy itself is something that I don't think Voldemar's considered. No. You hope Abba shoots down the whole pest. Why would you want them to kill Delhi's third age landmark? I'm telling you, we can't call it Hull. Just call them Lan. Lan or Lancaster. Wait. For the first time ever in competitive, I believe. Ladies and gents, we've got Burgundian imports. Yeah, so he's going hand cannoneers in castle? I don't know if you got time for that. Like, there's a big wave of brutality diving towards your base right now. This type of pressure ain't going to let up easily. The Yeoman defense, a little bit problematic here. The Camel Archer already diving in. Voldemar now has half the villager count of B at 15 minutes in. It's 102 to 51. Nah, this just doesn't work. He doesn't have the time now. He's trying to muster the nobles, but there's already camels to debuff and counter you out. Voldemar just has nothing left to stand with here. So dive past the Lancaster castle. Villages to be reached. And series to be breached. With a win for the Abbasids. Nicknamed the Abadsids these days. A Civ that just hasn't seemed to fit into anyone's draft. It had to be the Crafty Bee that would find the way. And against House of Lancaster as well. Just out-macroing this Civ. Not easily done. But there you go. Those of you struggling on the ladder, those of you screaming at the top of your lungs to nerf Lancaster, have you considered just playing the Abbasids? I think Abba's like D tier. Maybe C. I don't know. Like they are pretty weak in the current meta. With things not focusing on TC boom, yeah. Like honestly, I think for Voldemar, like the idea is too passive. It's because he went for the Lancaster Castle. I know that Voldemar does like to occasionally do the Lords. He's already done that before with cast games where he's done that. I wonder if actually that might have served him a bit better in that particular game. But here's the thing, right? Like you practice for X, Y, and Z. No one ever practices for Q. And Abbasids is Q. It's just not really a Civ that people prep for. Even HRE, I'd say, is a Civ people don't really practice against much anymore because when is it getting through the draft? Like, if you let them, like, for them to get it, you have to let HRE through the draft, and it is by far the most bannable Civ in the game. So, you know, you kind of have HRE and ABBA that I think are Civs, which people are underprepared against. But ABBA's on the more extreme end for, you know, obvious reasons. You don't really even see it that much on the ladder. Whereas HRE, you at least have to experience on ladder. So, Game 2's experience is going to be Sunken Lands here. And we have got Jean versus French. Oh, this is pretty good for French, actually. Although Sunken Lands is kind of interesting. Same with Carmel. Jean has a little bit of an edge over French on these particular maps. It's the resource drain. Because you discount things, your lack of resources lasts longer. Whereas French's edge is they will have more workers to gather more resources. Same idea behind, like, theoretically why HRE could be seen as weak on this type of map. Is like, oh, yeah, we gather resources quick, but then we have, like, nothing safe, so we have to take risk. .44% win rate versus Order of the Dragon. Is it truly a good counter? OTD? That must be like, what, Burgrave Rush in the Men-at-Arms? So the thing to keep in mind about Manners is they don't have very high DPS output, so theoretically even early Men-at-Arms can dive quite well. Gilded Archers trade really well into Yeoman, I think, also. Because you scale into scale armor. And you barely have less range than Yeoman. So they can't easily kite you. But like I would say, the thing that A4 World's missing, and I wish they had this, they need to have a page where you can collate data from competitive series between X and Y date. Because pub games aren't representative, to be honest with you. Like, they have a way that you can check a tournament and see how the players perform. Like, for example, here, I'm going to open up AOE4 Worlds. We'll go to the Esports Tournament tab. And we're going to do this, by the way, in Opera GX, our amazing browser. If you guys haven't downloaded it, do it. It supports the channel. ! Opera GX for that. Create an account after you download and lets them know that I sent you. You become one of these amazing people. And that does support the channel, by the way, financially. So, for free. So here I can click on a tournament and I can see things like results, statistics, but I want to be able to collate the data between this date and that date. That's something I don't think they have, unfortunately. Which is a shame. It would be very handy. So, B with the win. Let's start predictions for game 2. Oh, we didn't actually... What were we going to call that game? Is that game uploadable? There we go. Let's get ready to rock and roll. One and all, welcome back to what might just be the weak point in B's execution of Midweek Muster, because we have witnessed him once before on this very map struggle against a Volda Esports member. And it was in practically a mirror matchup. So yeah, we've got green, B is going to be on Jean, Voldemar and the yellow playing as French. The game that I'm referring to was up against Mahodo last week, where B got tripped up by Shushi versus Chinese in a mass night spam. He got out microed. So we've seen that he can bleed even against these players that are elo lower than him. Quite a bit elo low. I think B is like 8th or 9th in the world on elo, and Voldemar I think is like down maybe towards 20th. Might be climbing a bit higher than that though. But it's an interesting match actually. French versus Jean on most maps, I would lean towards French. Because the thing about French is they feel very good at start of the age, where they don't lose a villager in the beginning of feudal age. They do have good knight presence because they will have extra eco to produce more knights with. Meanwhile, for Jean, you don't have discounts on your units yet, so you're kind of weaker. So that's step one. But the other thing is obviously over a long feudal period, that knight lead gradually scales because French have more villages. Now, discounts can balance that out at certain thresholds. I think usually Jean can feel a little bit better towards like 13 to 18 minutes at least. But the problem is, what's the damage done by that point? Now, what makes this map interesting by comparison is French having more villages compared to discounts can be seen as an overwhelming negative. We are on sunken lands. Similar to Carmel, this has 1,600 gold veins near your base. The 4Ks are a little bit further out. That means your safe resources get exhausted quicker, ergo having more units, you move out faster. For Jean, you won't have more villages, but you will make this gold go further with the discounts from Consecration. So there is an interesting dynamic. I think if there was any map where I could maybe favor Jean a bit over French, it would be Carmel Sunken Lands right now, maybe even Enlightened Horizon. Voldemar is just going to be a stand opening into the School of Cavalry. We did see him move out into the mill. B has got, what, 3 on gold. Jean's teching on her own. There we go. I was about to say, needs some assistance. So he's going to keep 3 out on gold. This is fast, though. Yeah, okay, maybe that's a bit of a misclick. He does switch some over onto the trees instead. This is a lot of shuffling. This is Pro Scouts, right? I think that's the only reason you switch that many over onto wood and put 4 on gold still. So you'll have enough for the knight and have enough for Pro Scouts. You already got wheelbarrow though, which is what makes this a bit weirder. Typically, if you get wheelbarrow, Pro Scouts loses some of its value because you're not running around as much to gather food. And I guess the other thing that's really polarizing is that Voldemar didn't go wheelbarrow despite the fact he started on deer. Yeah, this is funky. Okay, so School of Cavalry. I'm disappointed. Where is my Chamber of Commerce, boys? And yeah, by the way, just so I know some people are going to ask, looking at this, we did already mark it in. It's an FF between Louis and Lash. Oh, we forgot to add in the Louis MT Numudan results. Could we just cast that? I have been told there might also be another FF. I'm just confirming that. A little bit unfortunate to have people having a forfeit on open scheduling. Should, in theory, like be mostly avoidable. But we'll see. And there we go, Pro Scouts. Voldemar goes to the double knight. I like this. He could actually shove the deer in further. I mean, you could even think about just short walling and gating here. So if you shove the deer to this mill and knights come in, you can just run through the gate safely. And it makes sense to have some sort of layer of protection here anyway, because this is going to be one of your backup golds. Obviously, these type of elements are more out of his range, the deer and the boar in the corners. But if he does do a good job of map controlling, build a knight lead, you could eventually just sneak out and wall this corner. There's a lot of value here after all. You're talking about 12 berries, a boar, and 5 deer. And no, there is more than a single boar. Wait. There should be more than a single boar. What? Alright, Sunken Land is coming out of rotation next week. Bro, this isn't even a custom map. Why is there no boar? I had a theory that sometimes the cliffs are maybe messing with the Gaia spawns. Because something looked funky about the way they spawned, but this is the first time I'm seeing this. In fairness, we probably should have removed Sunken Lands because we did have that really weird map spawn where Myriad spawned close to the center of the map. But I think we were like, okay, that's navigatable because someone could call for a remake if that happens. It's quite obvious when that's happened. Yeah, not like this, man. I can't believe that. They did both scout it, so they know there's no boar there. And it's going to be range on coming through, which makes a lot of sense, guys. You typically do go range on here so that you can last hit injured knights. Melee Jean just gets munched down on by mass knights. It's why sometimes Jean can feel really bad to Mongols, because the spear opening encourages you to go melee Jean, but then the Keshiks kick your ass. And we do have spears from B. Yeah, so he's just going cost-efficient comp, which makes sense. It's no pro scouts versus pro scouts. You can't mirror knights. Good target fire to get rid of those spears. I imagine Voldemar is going to start saving up for Chivalry soon already. Normally what you do in this matchup is you pull the injured knights all the way home. And then just keep them in the TC. Yeah, and he min-maxes that. 4 HP remaining. And gets the knight. Okay, this is really good micro by Voldemar. B struggling. Great start from the Dane. So yeah, it should be rallied all the way back. Not into the TC, but he's going to hide on the tree line. Alright, this is encouraging. And he's getting more? Alright, this is falling apart quickly. More knights are coming in. The spear count is not that great. He's frontlining with villagers right now. This is full panic mode. The knights are getting low, but he peels it away. Will be a knight going down to the spears. Outpost does go up, but great auto time achieved. Jean is going to die? Okay, he left room for her. Quick reactions out of B saves a life. Gets another knight kill. But this is getting uncomfortable, man. A 7 worker lead now for Voldemar. And that's only going to increase courtesy of the faster producing TC. And those are indeed age 1 spears. I think the problem for B is he needed units out. He needed entities more than he needed quality. What an interesting game this just became. I think a lot of people, and like, nothing against Voldemar, they'd have B rated to win because B just beats everyone right now. But reminder, Voldemar recently actually beat Louis MT in the quarterfinals of the Midweek Masters. You did hear that correctly. He took down the Chinese beast. So definitely do not write Voldemar off. He's been leveling up. I think he's actually improved quite a bit compared to last year. It's starting to show. And the man has been committing more hours overall into Age of Empires 4 in the form of coaching and playing. Could it be starting to see results? Chivalry is on the way. And I've got a very cranky baby. It's only fitting that I have a crying baby in the background when we're casting the kid. Spearman now from Voldemar. Interesting. So he sidesteps. Is that really necessary with his lead? I guess he's trying to all in. I would have thought he'd just scale knights and eventually tech. I mean, maybe he feels like he needs to be more efficient about blocking pro scouts. That would make a bit of sense. He's going to be switching very soon, though. Alright, one's if you think B's going to win, two's if you think Voldemar is. So I think, start of this game, a lot of people would have flooded B. But that opening play by Voldemar, I mean, inspiring confidence right now. He does maybe have some longevity issues now with the food income. But it's going to be, what, 4 distacks versus 2? It sounds like a big difference, but when you consider one player went pro scouts and the other didn't, it's pretty impressive. He looks like he's actually going to go on the offensive. So he does have enough spears at home that he should feel safe. Meanwhile, Voldemar, only 4 spears? That should be enough to keep them at bay, though. He might get caught building up his typical walls, though. Nice not stopping pro scouts. Yeah, there's an argument that maybe Voldemar is being a bit too defensive on his timing, but I think he was just trying to make sure he chivalried up and had the biggest punch possible. Still, Voldemar. It feels like you need the archers here. Instead, he's going to brute force his way in with the knights. Does get a triple kill on the spears. Nothing lost in return. Meanwhile, a dive in from B. He's going to rotate around. Decent army's been held in reserve, though, and the workers able to dodge death. So, B, no losses, but no kills. And Voldemar, he's trending. And this is a good timing. He's got 13 knights. This is the tricky thing now for B. He's got a reasonable count of knights, but nothing crazy for like a fast tech switch into RO16. Maybe B's goal here is just to find his way into arbitrary. Does feel hard to contest knight on knight against French from this position, and nice backstab attempt, or rather cut off, but good reactions out of B. Yeah, just a second later, and that's going to be -3 knights. No blacksmiths with so many knights. +1 damage isn't crazy. You don't have to rush it. It's going to be there now. And yeah, it's for the undermesh, so he wants to dive the base. I will say Voldemar didn't hit the jackpot when it comes to gold spawns or what B has. Like that starting one was rough for B, but the 4K on the back is actually a big sigh of relief. Knights are going to intercept. Archers baiting the knights in a little bit here, and B, he's trying to follow up, but that may be a mistake. Jumps on top of the archers, but look at the cost. The knights are getting on top of him here. Good strike there. I mean, that's a worthwhile trade. A little bit awkward to give the XP feed over at the end. I think that was dodgeable, but he killed what? 4 knights? 5 knights? Lost a handful of archers. Lost 2 knights in return. That should have only been 1. So definitely some optimization there that could have been done for Voldemar. But we now don't have the spear pump coming. So his goal here is just to bog spear on spear, and then knights can win. Well, this is getting intense. Voldemar, he's fishing for kills. Trying to get that charge in to gap close a bit. Does turn on the knights. 1 gets left behind. Level 3 Jean is getting closer, by the way. 160 XP away. And B needs to be more careful with these spears. It's all about raw mass to protect yourself. Even melee armor now coming from Voldemar. Makes sense now that you're switching spear on spear. So when you switch to spears, that's where the melee upgrades are actually very valuable. I'm a little bit surprised B didn't go for it. Not entirely though, because the damage you do to knights is not on your base. It's on your bonus. That's where it's really valuable. But once he sees the spears, Bloomery melee defense is going to make a lot of sense for B to get. Nice. Whoa, Voldemar? Wait, did he want this? Well, that's going to be level 3. That's definitely going to be level 3. Oh my god, what? He did not respect the spears. Voldemar, what just happened? The entire plan just unraveled. Oh, this has to hurt so much. Voldemar just misassessing his strength in that engagement. He didn't think the spears were going to clear him that quick. The problem, though, is Voldemar, he didn't charge. He just walked in. Without charge, you don't have the damage buff to clear quick enough, and now this is a death mosh pit. Yeah, this is over. Look at the numbers. There's no way. Voldemar, he lost way too many knights. Oh, that's got a sting. The opening looks so good for the Dane. But now it looks so done. Voldemar looking to be denied even 1 on the board now. B is accelerating too fast. Game number 2 will be here. He's now just 1 away from making semi-finals, which at this stage, these days for B, is all but expected. What a throw? I don't like like. I think calling that a throw discredits what B done. I wouldn't call that a throw. Yeah. Like, throw, like, I think people misuse the word throw so much. It's a misplay, and that can be for any number of reasons. He may not have seen just how many spears it is. He may not assume that his opponent would be able to stand ground like that, whatever it is, right? Also, something that doesn't get, like, talked about enough is the idea of forced mistakes. That's why we try to highlight is, like, sometimes people just make mistakes without any, like, forced hand. But a lot of the time, it's at the highest level, someone is forcing you to make bad choices. And I try to be careful not to overuse that term because I don't like it. I don't like overly diplomatic BS where, like, if someone plays bad, you should call out that it was a bad play and explain why. But I think in that situation, like, that many knights, you just assume they should be able to kill that many spears. Like, mathematically, you feel good about the engagement. But I think the problem was that he didn't get the charge off and didn't realize it. He was too close with the backup knights. Like, if you went back and looked at that, actually, one deceptive thing is I'm pretty sure he took the fight on an inclination away from the camera perspective. So he would have actually been going downhill, and he maybe thought he had more room to charge than he actually did, because the spearman would have been looking, like, closer but further, right? Like, angles matter a lot. All right. At the end of the day, what matters most is B is shahalaking his way through. So that's going to be game 2 for him. Coastal Cliffs for G3. And we have got an Ayu versus Shushi pick. If taking that fight isn't a throw, then what is? So the problem with throw, guys, is the undertone that's assumed with it. Does that make sense? Like, when someone says someone throwed, it just genuinely has this, like, intentional losing in the game attached to the word. I think that's the problem. Like, I don't know if I'm the only one that has that. I feel like when I hear someone say that someone threw through the game, it just, like, makes me think of, like, you know, gamba on your own loss type things. Like, they lost the game on purpose. Like, for example, like, when someone sees that if they lose the final game of the group stage, they'll get an easier matchup for them, they throw the game. Does that make sense? Maybe that's just me. Yeah, like I think like and I don't know, maybe I'm the minority. As number one is, and I'm glad we as the internet have kind of calmed down a bit on this. Cringe was a cringely overused word. I think throw is overused a lot. Like, you say throw for, like, when someone screws around. So you would be closer to correct with, like, Lucifer on CSO when he just went mass Hobbler as being a bit of a throw. Like, he had an insane lead and he threw it away, sort of thing. But even then, it's like, the throwaway wasn't nefarious. So even then, I don't know, I'd say, like, there's complete miscalculation in that game by Lucifer would be correct. But if I saw someone just, you know, walk their village in an enemy base, that's a throw, right? Like, why are you doing that? Saying it's a meme on Twitch, not as deep as you're saying. Yeah, I sort of get where you come from, but also, like, some of the memes on Twitch are like, people might act like, oh yeah, it's just a meme on Twitch, right? It's like when someone's, oh, it's just banter in it, right? It's like, why did that become a meme? And it's probably because it actually, like, at the core of its creation has very mean undertones to it. And that just gets hidden as like, oh yeah, it's just banter in it. That's why I try to, I never say a player through. Unless I would be calling them out for, like, legit throwing, like, truly throwing sort of thing, right? Because it has negative connotations that are, like, this is, once again, like I talk about as a caster, like, there's things you have to consider within your job. Like, there's effects you have that aren't necessarily apparent. Unless you think about them. Throws a choke except with the associated pressure. I feel like choke is more reasonable. Like, yeah, he had a lead and he screwed up. Whereas throw is, I feel like throw is a more nefarious version of choke. You know? Does that make sense? So you're kind of like on the right track, but coming to the wrong conclusion. Like, a choke is more acceptable. A throw is like, there was something nefarious about that choke. I don't know, we're arguing words. Who cares about what words mean? To quote the Amazing Four, all words are made up. Yeah, we're arguing about words here, but one and all, I will always stand by 4 in this. All words are made up. We hop into game number 3. Iabit versus Sushi. Voldemar making his last stand here in this best of 5. If he loses this one, he is going to be out of KPMM 24 and B. Will continue to grind on in and be targeting a series matchup against Dumu, which has been Dumu's kryptonite time and time again, it feels like, even though they always go to game 5. Iabit from B, though. In a Sushi, few options possible here. You can look to go for Desert Raider sometimes to poke pressure at Shushi's Pro Scout timing, but that does invite Chuganu. Growth Wing could make a lot of sense here. I feel like when you play Sushi, the most done is either Growth Wing or Logistics. Because if you go Logistics, you can play one Desert Raider to bait Chug. Because Chug slows down Sushi a lot while you're teching. And also, the Dervish in the opening can shove Deer. This is a really easy shove as well, because he's got the tree line to essentially act as a guide into the TC. Throws when you cast something into the air. Choke is when you get something stuck in your throat. What are you guys even talking? For God's sake. I thought there was like some deep philosophical thing coming there. Of course there wasn't. Yeah, we've just been discussing calling someone out on throws and what that really means. Like, maybe it's just because of my background in Dota 2. But when I feel like someone... And it's always been weird when Dota 2 chats, like, will say that they're throwing. Because, like, historically in Dota 2, a throw is a 3-2-2. But, like, that's an example of where, like, there's almost like it's just banter lol, but it can be seen as nefarious. Like, in Dota 2, 3-2-2 is a way of referring to someone throwing the game. Because it's a reference to a player called Solo, who intentionally threw a game of Dota 2 in competitive to win $322. Which almost completely ended his career, by the way. So it's like it's a meme, but then it also has nefarious things. It's weird. Okay, so Loggy Wing is on the way. Meditation Garden is reasonable. You don't tend to get very good Meditation Gardens on this map, I've noticed. Coastal Cliffs is quite well balanced to make sure Sushi doesn't look broken. Why no dock on this map? Because they're throwing. I mean, who would play a map with fishing and not fish? Just look at how much there is. I'd be choking on all this tuna. Yeah, you can't get to the fish, reminder. You know what's crazy to me is, like, Coastal Cliffs has been in the game so long, and we still have to... It's getting to the point where when someone says, why aren't they fishing? You almost just assume they're trolling. Because it's like, this map has been in for quite a while now, actually. I'm surprised that everyone hasn't seen it at this stage. But, I mean, that's the nature of it being a custom map instead of a default map. I still don't know why this isn't a default map. I think this is this would just be an obvious great addition to Age of Empires 4. What's the fish for, then? To look pretty. It's just Femic. It's an icebreaker. It's a conversation starter. You walk into my chat and you ask, why is there fish? Shout out to Avali for thinking about that. It's so you as a Sushi picker can walk out here and stare out and be like, God, I wish I could. What? Wait, what? With Dervish? B is up to some crazy things. We've got Pro Scouts with the Logistics Wing. That's wild. Pro Scouts has been seen before on Iabits, folks, but it's been seen with the Advancement Wing. That was the build that MSN in particular was obsessed with. And then most players agreed it just didn't feel that good. This is crazy, though. He's not actually that far behind his opponent on Pro Scout timing. And also, the play isn't obvious. That's the craziest part about this, guys. Seeing this many on gold, you wouldn't think Pro Scouts, you'd think Fast Castle. Seeing a stables, you wouldn't think Pro Scouts, you'd think Desert Raider for Harass with the Dervish. And now here's the other thing, guys. If you come to pick this up, this one scout can kill all of you. You can't fight him because of the dervish. This is sick. What? Oh, man. B, always the creative player. Was this a secret strat he was holding on to in case he made it deeper into EGC? Like, that's another interesting thought. Guys, if you didn't know, B is no longer in the Elite Classic 3. CSO beat him. So, if he had any secret strategies he's been holding on to, time to just start throwing them out there. Which is crazy to think. I mean, B, it always feels like he's just punting strategies out there. One of the most iterative and creative players we have, for sure. Okay, so Voldemar now into the Tug. He does know it's pro scouts, right? I think... Oh, he sees a lack of deer here. There should be alarm bells going off right now. There's, what, 5 deer left? B's coming back for more. Yeah, this is obvious now. He knows. He saw this guy's like, wait a second. Oh my god, you can see he's tempted. He's like, maybe I can just, like, out-heal the 2 spearmen and the Tug. No, let's be reasonable here, son. That's not going to happen. Now adding in Horseman. So he's going to play the Age, Desert Raiders as well. In fairness, the Chuganu count isn't high yet, so the Dervishes aren't threatened, but you do need to be careful about the way you do this as B. If the Chug count gets a little bit higher, Dervishes can't participate. They can get sniped quite easily, so you have to pull them very far back. So at this stage, you do 12 damage per strike to a Dervish. That means once you have 10, you can insta-kill a Dervish. Well, technically it's 11. The reason why it needs to be 11 is the Dervish between the first and third flurry will have healed themselves a little bit. What a crazy strategy. And you're just sitting here right now thinking, can it actually work? Because Voldemar, he did complete Pro Scouts, right? Like, this is a difference. If he didn't complete Pro Scouts, this looks like a much better timing for him. He slowed himself down. Great start here, though, B. Whoa. Wait, he let that get away? No. Okay, that's cursed. He loses the Horseman and doesn't kill the Desert Raider. And Boo Boo's now getting kissed better. Ah, this hurts. This gets very frustrating fast. Because you're now in a trickle trade. Trickle trades are really bad against Dervish. For pretty obvious reasons you'll see on those health bars. And he baits him deeper. Like, he's actually just going to beat the Spearman with Cavalry. Does lose one the Horseman. There's only 1 spear left, and that's going to be Swarm Overwhelmed. Voldemar, he actually just skips out of the Age. Wait, what? Little bro gave up on the timing here? He went for the greed. Mount Lu Academy now being teched into, but... I mean, B, in fairness, is nowhere near a tech up. But should have good map control. That was some weird pathing. It's just ridiculous. You are going to have an Age up. You do have reserve resources. You definitely don't want to be Lancers here. Palscard, maybe? Palscard is weird against Desert Raiders. They have so much armor. So it has to be still more Spear and Tug, right? So you just aged up to build the same thing. I mean, they'll be stronger if you can get enough gold. This is so weird. If I wouldn't blame Voldemar for not being quite sure what to do against this. It's very odd what B has done. Pro Scouts puts a weird type of pressure on you from Ibids. And it might be one that he's familiar with practicing with MSN, but the Dervish detail is what makes it so odd. Shalamonks are also going to feel weird against 5 melee armor. I mean, you win a fight one-on-one, but the healing's the problem. Horsemen are leaking over the flanks. Love that. Splits the Dervish between the 2 groups to split the attention of Voldemar. He does have crossbows coming, and it is going to be Palscard as well. So interesting, he does go for those choices. Even the Lancers. Yeah, but B... Dude, he's cheating him. It's just a Desert Raider strat now. Against the castle opponent is kind of wild. Horsemen are going to try to front line. There's not many spears here now. It's turned into Palace Guard. Yeah, this is problematic. If it was spears, you'd at least quickly erase the Horsemen. This is more of a slow grind where your opponent has AoE heal. Desert Raiders. Oh my god, the micro is just so on point. It is going to be a Dervish down though. If he can get the second kill, he can break out. I think he realizes the risk now. He's going to start backing away. That means the Chiganu crossbows aren't going to be involved in the next skirmish. Dervish does wait, no, select all army! Uh-oh. B, he didn't realize! Control groups are not his friend this game. B now with 12 Desert Raiders, an age behind, and no way of kissing those boo-boos better. I blame Twitch chat. They jinxed it. They praised the micro, and then it immediately fell apart. This looks over. There's no comeback plan now for B. He doesn't have an advancement wing. He already went for logistics. He doesn't have a tech upcoming. He hasn't started it. There's no way. Like, it's happening. Voldemar is going to get game 3. And correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is what happened against Louis MT. 2 games down, and then Voldemar began his recovery arc to beat Louis. Could he do it? Could he provide the biggest upset of midweek muster by taking down our back champ? It's a damn good start. I'll give him that. Yo. Is anyone feeling a bit... Is it getting a little bit Vold in here? Ooh. Crash 100%. What? Because he lost? Dude, like, stop doing that to Voldy. Don't be so rude. Oh, wait. I think I see why now. You predicted blue. Now it makes sense. Bye-bye points. The rally was weird. No, like, if you ask any high-level player, they'll tell you what happens there. You just have different control groups, and what happened is he probably panic moved his army away. Probably used select all army, and it didn't, like, pull the dervish. You guys are trash at the game and don't know when a player managed to win the game. But he threw. Wait a second. Oh dear, oh dear. I can't use the Thunderbolt game. Yeah, but that only bans it for 5 minutes, Tiger. Nice try. Okay. We are going to get Enlightened Horizon next. Honestly, if Voldemar can beat B's Ottomans here, I'm going to say it now, he'll win the entire week. This is hard. On Enlightened Horizon, it's already hard enough, but like, B is an Ottoman aficionado. So, we'll prep this up. We'll start predictions with 5 minutes, so you guys will be able to see in game for 2 minutes. Oh no, why do you guys want the push-ups, bruh? Bruh. You aren't even subbed and you're trying to make me push up. Oof. Okay. Did I miss any chat elsewhere? No, we're good. You know we're not going to have enough time for all those push-ups, right? Ugh. Oh my, dude, my glasses are so blurry. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. All right, how many did we need? I think I done bonus push-ups, didn't I? Hey, can you see my reflection? Damn, it's known. I think we done enough. I think we had done extra. Oof. On a super hot day, by the way. This channel is amazing. Why? Because they came together to destroy me. It won't destroy me straight away. It's just going to get sweaty in here. Oh, wait. You guys done more, didn't you? Yeah, I think I owe 6 more. I might as well get those out of the way. By the way, because I'm so good at push-ups, you know how you reward me? Exclamation mark Opera GX. Why don't you go download that for free, create an account? Boom. Because the reason I'm able to get so swole and do that many push-ups is I'm able to find all those fitness advice websites and watch their videos for free by pretending I'm in a different country via VPNs. It's so smart. Couldn't do it without them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got them in there. Damn, I felt fresh and comfortable before. Now I just feel a little bit, like, lightly sweaty. All right, let's get ready to sweat it up in the arena, though. 3x11? We didn't have 11 push-up redemptions. What are you on about? That's a failure to count, sir. That's 9. All right. Let's get ready to roll. One and all, if he can beat this man right here in this matchup with this Civ, Voldemar is champion in my heart and he'll be champion this week. Welcome back to Midweek Muster number 24. We've got quarterfinals. Winner of this goes up against Dumu. And Voldemar is got on the board. An opportunity to reverse sweep now ahead of him. And the hardest matchup now on his screen. Knights Templar for the kid in yellow. B, manning the Ottomans. His S-tier Civ. Really, truly, this is the signature Civ for him. He's been one of the leaders of the pack in making this Civ the boogeyman of Season 10's meta. And no small part, thanks to Enlightened Horizon. The map that just felt like it was built for this Civ. Opening racks plus house secures into the merchant camp. Now his spearmen are going to be on the merry way to cause some havoc. But Voldemar is trying to be sneaky. He's bypassing the merchant camp and going straight for the wolf den, I think. No? Okay, it's going to be the deer. Tell us where we can find the build order from last game on Opera GX. Yeah, you just download Opera GX via a link. You install it, create a free account, and then you go across to your favorite build order website. In fact, Voldemar is on one of those. He has a bunch of build orders. Probably has this one up there. And then you can follow it. Smart lad. Weighing 65 kilograms. Wait, you guys think I weigh 65 kilograms? Dude, you're high. I weigh 82 kilos, I think it is. Somewhere around there. 65 kilos. Bruh. You got some sizing issues. Whew. You probably think that 6 foot is 5 as well. Like, what? Height, 5'10", 5'11". Alright, so anyway, we have only got 2 spears for Voldemar. I guess it is just going to be deer shove and nothing else. That's really expensive. I don't like this. He's getting everything but the kitchen sink. So double gold. That's going to be 300 gold in the pocket. Easy tech up. Plus quick timing to probably blacksmiths here. I mean, B could theoretically turn this into like a fast castle. I don't think you need to do it here. Voldemar is on his way up now with the Kingdom of France. Yeah, this just feels a little bit dicey. Spears do bait away the wolves. One already burnt, so we'll move over to the other one. He did at least make sure he kept the merchant camp, so that's going to be an extra resource gen for Voldemar. Not really going to be capable of taking away your opponents here, though. What an odd opening. Why didn't Voldemar build his racks on the point of interest? Because I don't think he wanted to fight. The only reason you do this type of opening is because you didn't want to fight. That's why it feels odd. You build your racks here because you know you can't win this fight. Because if you build your racks out here, your opponent can just rush across and burn it down. So this is just Voldemar being logical about this. B is going to be ahead on spear production at the start anyway because of the cheaper racks. And then, as you go deeper, it's going to be better for him because of the busier points like the Imam point. So Voldemar just didn't want to get involved in that mess. He'd rather play for H2 where Knights Templar are much better for their competition than Dark Age. Problem is, in this matchup, I don't really think you're that much better. Knights Templar are a very good archer spamming civ, but so are Ottomans. And you might say, well, KP, they've got Chevalier. And that sounds very French and fancy. And as we know, fancy things, French things, win in the feudal age. Smart idea, in theory. But Sipahihis come in like Michael Jackson on a concert rotation and just sell out the entire stadium. They're good enough to compete directly with Chevalier. Reliably. In one-on-one, Chevalier should win, but that's not the way that game math works, right? That's not the way game fights work, rather. And when you add in, for example, the meta, and maybe even the heal, that's where Chevalier can begin to struggle a little. So Voldemar now with the deer shove. B is going to sneak over and just yoink the merchant camp. With Drissa completing in a few seconds, this is going to give a lot of safety in terms of food income inside B's base. Really important. Marino said KT is okay against Ottoman on this map in his interview. There's definitely like an out micro element. I think like when Marino says something like that, X is okay in this matchup, what he's telling you is you can outplay them. It's not just like, oh my god, this is impossible. I wouldn't say this is impossible, but we have to remember that this is B's, I'd say, signature civ at this stage on one of the best maps for Ottomans. Yeah, it's not like, for example, if this was Ottomans versus... I think English is a little bit weird. Maybe they can work due to Lombos. What's like the worst matchup? Maybe Ottoman ABBA? We've seen that. When we had... Was it Wham tried it? It didn't work out for him. Ottoman French, I think, would be a bit weird on this map. That might be a good example. Like, I don't think I'd rate French on this particular map against Ottomans. KT versus Lancaster is horrible for KT. Yeah, because Lancaster can just camp. Or they can even think about just going for the Abbey boys. I think Lancaster has good options on this map. Even like a fast castle rush with the White Tower into the enemy base. Anyway, Imams were pulled. We do have the trickle heal now in effect. Voldemar not able to actually snipe out the Spinman quick enough. Now, this is important. B now seeing the Archer blobbing like this. This Imam play is a bit risky. So what he's looking for is a quick way of keeping this number down. Because the trade-off of Imams, incredibly powerful early on. I don't want to say easily countered, but logically a very linear path to counter. You see them, you react with archers, you make sure you've got at least, I'd say about 10. And then you can just like start a step for a double shot to get the kill. One hit killing them is very difficult. Because you need 18 archers instead. Yeah, if you have at least 10, that... Maybe even 11 is preferable. You calculate for the AoE heal and also the other Imam trying to heal in that time. And it should be enough to just about drop them. Okay, so Voldemar. We have got the Chevalier arriving. Looks like the queue's a little bit better than the Sipahi coming. Rax already here is a little bit of a nuisance for Voldemar when he has to dive in. And yet, no military schools. Military schools, we talked about this, they're bait. Good later on. Rushed, they leave you way too weak. Especially on a map like this where you have to be present. Great burn on the house, by the way. That is going to pop block B if it goes down. Jumps into the clash. Sipahi wrap around the back. Weirdly enough, running back into the Spearman. Imam's trying to heal. They're being ignored. Voldemar, he's not paying attention. Oh my god, the archers don't even try to snipe this out. He felt forced to hit the Spearman, I guess. And the ranged armor does make it problematic. I think maybe if Voldemar targeted the archers into the Imam straight away, you get the kill. But it probably would have cost him too much anyway. Voldemar just got too confident. He was missing key techs here. No blacksmith timing behind this. Against Meta, feels like a death sentence, and it feels like, unfortunately, Voldemar not going to be making it past quarterfinals. Yeah, this is an ugly position to be in. He is not prepped for his trade behind this. He's got no Pilgrims coming. Chevalier count is incredibly weak. Archer count from B is good enough to pressure, and he's the one with Blacksmith timings on the way. Undermesh is intriguing. He's prioritizing the Sipahi. Yeah, and it's smart. Bean understands he can dive, and wow, he just calls it. Voldemar, he doesn't even try to play the 1%er here. GG comes out. B just proving why he is the true Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. Why would Voldemar take this fight? I think he's trying to get the merchant camp control, because that gives you like a creeping lead. In a way, you kind of have to play a little bit forward as Knights Templar there, because if you want to be in their face, they defend so that you can then go for your Pilgrims. But yeah, I think he didn't respect the meta is the problem. Always catches people off guard, man. All right, so taking a peer into the puzzle now to have a look at the picture. We can add in some extra scores here now. So with that win, it means that we are going to be having B versus Dimu. I have not seen Dimu all day, though. I don't know if he said something about not coming online. So I'm guessing that is unfortunately going to be happening on literally the only day in the week that I take off. And that is unfortunately unavoidable. So maybe we go live earlier to catch that or summarize that series. No, my luck, it's going to be like a very close 2.5 hour set, as it often is between those two. Elsewhere, I have had confirmations in of a few things. So it looks like Anatand is an oof. He couldn't play. So real life issues or whatever. So whoever wins the CSO Scatterbrain set will basically just hop past my quarterfinals. That's not a good feeling. I don't like that we have quarterfinals just not being played. Let me just quickly add this back in because it's disappeared. So I guess we can go have a look at Scatterbrain now up against CSO to see who's going to make it through to the semifinals. For either of which it would be the best performance in midweek muster. So give me a sec and we'll get the draft for that up. Feels like Swap should get the call up to next round. It's a tricky one when we start doing that, though. I see where you're coming from, but it's also just like we're on open scheduling format, and it makes everything a mess. Because then, like, okay, let's say we do that, but let's see the deadline was I just realized I didn't spell B correctly. Let's say the deadline like is when this got mentioned. Now you've pushed the deadline back, and everything else gets like pushed further back on an open scheduling format where we have to have grand finals on Thursday. So cascading effects, right? Like the knock-on effect could actually just be really detrimental if you open the door for that to be the process, because then that could start happening like all over the place. It is what it is. Usually if we don't feel like we were given like a good reason, we penalize the players so that they feel de-incentivized to keep doing it in the future. You can do a wildcard round where two people that have been eliminated get to fight for a second chance instead of skipping. Once again, we are open scheduling format. So how do you now get those players? Like you make an open casting call and then literally what, the first to respond for 5 minutes maybe? I don't know. It's like, it's weird. Let me play a BF5 versus Anatand. What are you on about? Anatand is the one who has forfeited. He's the one who won't be playing. So Anatand is out. Let me push this new version so we have B spelled correctly. It's like also from a player perspective, like think about it this way, right? So like if you as CSO Scatterbrain had prepped for Anatand, like you'd actually prepped, you'd researched what they do, etc. And now someone else is going to play you. You have now been punished for actually being present while like by being given someone whose style you may not be familiar with at all, right? So you see the other ramifications, like there's so many different variables to it. It's unfortunate. Now I feel scammed for offering Anatan a space in the show match on Friday. I don't know why I'm moving like it's kind of like my thinking move. I'm like shaking it to think. Do I rug pull him? Replace him? Maybe. Okay, so let's get ready for CSO versus Scatterbrain. Playing what? Playing who? What? Playing cows like a free win? Oh yeah, I can kind of see that. That's reasonable. We're not gonna do that though. Chill. If Cal wants to win, he knows what he can do. He knows where the sign up button is. You have a positive win rate versus Louis. What, you like cheesed him once and then never played again? Is it one of those situations? It is, isn't it? I already know your game. You're 4-1 versus him? What have you been doing? How? I mean, well played, mate. But how? What happened? In the like the politest way possible, what the hell happened? Alright, game 1, we've got Excavation. Sushi versus Mongols. Not that crazy about a Sushi pick. He had House of Lancaster and Byzantines. Oh, it was a 4v4. I mean, still how? Those guys are usually really good in 4v4s. They usually stack. Okay, so let's chill out with Scatterbrain versus CSO. Oh, wow, look at that. We got the west versus east. Well, I guess it's always that way. Northwest versus southeast spawn. Ah, he was getting carried by Baltoon. Now it all makes sense. All right, so Mongols here up against Sushi. What's Sushi's value play on this map? Wait. Oh, let me flip that around. Is this what I think it is? Want to know, are we about to see a fast 2cc Sushi build? God, that sounds like a nightmare to say in a row. 2TC Sushi. It's never going to sound cursed. Yeah, folks, we are back for KPMM. We've got 3D Clan Scatterbrain in the yellow, playing Sushi. And he's going to be going up against CSO from Team Elephant in the purple as Mongols. Mongols makes a lot of sense on this map. You have got the stone generation that you can wield to produce an army. Sushi's the question mark to me right now. Sushi, it's not that they don't have some value plays. But the 2TC idea, we have seen it coming back into the meta gradually. And against Mongols, I guess if you can hunker down, it feels quite safe. Interesting. Let's go for the 2xp just for the other game. Yeah, apparently there was like a discussion for Louis series to play today, but there's been no response. So we might end up just kindly nudging them all the way to Thursday. Alright, so Scatterbrain, like, is he legitimately just not playing this map? Because remember, this is very good stone gen. You get 60 a minute, which is much better than what one village can achieve. So instead, yeah, it's going to just be a Mediguard on the side. Gets a little bit of everything here. So it's going to get 25 stone, 36 food, 25 gold, about 15, 20 wood. It's decent. But, like, this is no different than how you play on a Dry Arabia so far. While practically every player bar Myriad who's come before him has tried to find a way of leveraging the points of interest on this map, Scatterbrain has completely ignored them. And now if he wins, it shows us just how sucky Mongols truly are. Speaking of which, does he not have a single one yet? Okay, he went for the north side. So yeah, one now garrisoned. This is really important, guys. Remember, with the Uvu, you generate 70 stone a minute as Mongols. So you're almost getting an extra Uvu for every single Forgotten Ruins garrison because they generate 60. Gives you a very strong pump timing into military forces. Mongol racks 50 would win? Why? Why would you ever? I'd rather things be done to give Mongols diversity of strategy than just give them overwhelming power of certain strategy. Does that make sense? What are those things? These are new points of interest. They've got runes. Garrison inside of them, you get yourself 60 stone a minute for 6 minutes, after which a relic will appear here instead. So Shushi's going into the horseman. Okay, so I guess the idea for Scatterbrain is he's going to try to assassinate the villagers. Well, there are spearmen guarding, but let's say you swarm 3, 4 horsemen, you should be able to deal with that. And there's going to be pro scouts alongside this. We can see he's producing scouts now. Gold is about to be there. I hope he goes up to 4 horsemen. 4 horsemen can just run around and easily decap fast. If you only send 1 or 2 horsemen, you're going to give enough time for CSO to potentially react. But like also 4 horsemen is enough to almost instantly kill the villagers when they come out. Keshik's now added in. Does he know it's pro scouts? CSO has to be suspicious. Yeah, he sees the stables. There's only one reason you'd expect stables here. So Keshiks are going to look to intercept on the deer. And he's already actually pushing those deer a little bit further away here. Yeah, so he did deny the deer shove-in. Scatterbrain needs a reaction. It's going to have to be Chukanir, right? No, he's going spears. Smart play. Means he doesn't get caught off guard by the Keshiks. Is a slower answer to the spear block, though. There's so many points of interest, and not many of them are going to be used, actually. There's a decap we talked about. Horseman, yeah, it's just 1 spear. He doesn't care. Nicely micro, so gets the first blood, and then just runs on by. Really nice start here for Scatterbrain. His idea is good, but CSO actually never captured the Forgotten Ruins on the back, so there won't be a villager here yet. Front side, he's going to be able to decap this. Wait, did he put a villager in here? CSO, no. He'll try to run early. Scatterbrain. Oh, he didn't realize. Yeah, no way. If Scatterbrain didn't realize straight away, I think he would have had the time to stab that down. The horseman can rotate around and maybe sneak this still. They are going to be seen coming, though. CSO is playing such a dangerous game. He's essentially just playing whack-a-mole. He has all these Forgotten Ruins, and only half of them are actually garrisoned. What an interesting strategy. I mean, the whack-a-mole theory would be really cool if it wasn't for the fact that you can tell which ones are garrisoned. You just have to look for the little moving thing. I guess at a distance that is actually annoying to see, but yeah, if you zoom in slightly. Also, remember, this is panoramic. Most players play on classic still, so they're seeing it at like this range, which is much easier on the eyes. Scatterbrain's getting ready to rush castle. Love this. He's shoving the deer back with his spears. He's grabbing the deer from the west side, and he's going for castle. This is all looking pretty good. On top of that, just getting worker kills. Another one gets found. Damn, Scatterbrain is off to a fantastic start here. What was CSO's win condition? I guess all in feudal? Kind of feels like the type of game you don't want to go to castle in. Definitely with the way he's playing. I think CSO's also getting ready to shove the deer in to remove value from the map. Mountain Academy on the way, though. Scatterbrain. He's just playing for that food efficiency, so he's not being greedy, because remember, guys, Shaolin Monks kind of sucks on this map, considering there is 0 relics showing right now. That's the other funny thing about Sushi Pick here. He didn't use the stone. You can't fast castle normally on this map because you want to get relics. There are none. There's just so many question marks about Scatterbrain's pick. But the crazy thing is it's working out because CSO's pick makes sense. Does that make sense? Like, it's actually very weird the way this is played out. Scatterbrain actually interacting with the map is in a very odd way being punished here. Okay, so Lance is now coming through. Other side, CSO is nowhere near an age up. We're going to go with fast forward a little bit as he gets the first Lancers out. There's a dive towards the back. Hello. Fishing for those kills, but spring replacements are coming, so it's going to get difficult. It's already triple Lancer. And reminder, CSO does not have many anti-cav units here. By does not have many, I mean has 0. Like, the spearmen are actually guarding the deer. The boar? Wait. Oh, that's brilliant. Just gets Pumbaa involved. This feels so rough. You know you need to do some sort of pressure, but the Sprinkle just makes it so punishable. This is one Keshik, almost loses a second. If it isn't a boar, it seems to be wolves. He could have actually just aggroed another boar there. Would have been comical. Still down coming from CSO, though. So he's committing. Yeah, no interest in playing for the next stage. If he blobs up to, say, around 50 military, I could see Kurotai just being a very big win condition for him. But yeah, 15 archers, only a handful of Keshik wouldn't make sense yet. In fact, the knight count is about to be bigger than the Keshik count. Which is wild considering the stone generation. There's no world in which CSO should be behind on heavy cav here. Not with all the gathering he's been getting from Forgotten Runes. Like, he's got, what, 4 of them activated? No, sorry, 3, wouldn't it be? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's absolutely no way there should be more Lancers. That's crazy. He's out of food. He's got huge starvation issues. Oh, my God. It's the deer. They're getting yoinked away. This is limited resources. Not many workers over here. Meanwhile, this fight is getting worse and worse. No archers remaining. Keshik count depleting. This looks over. Yeah, it turns out when someone tells you to eat rocks, it's not a good thing. Oh my God. He has all the stone in the world and no food to match it. Now the army is arriving exactly where he's gathering food. This is disastrous. He never added in pastures. This is close to over. It's a flood. There's 8 Lancers already. Yam shenanigans are making it a little bit more annoying for Scatterbrain to just close it. But I just don't know what CSO is meant to do here. Like, maybe just build some pastures. Anything to eat. I think he's gathering berries right now. Yeah, he's in desperation mode. What a crazy game. I think CSO, like, if the food wasn't such a big problem, could have been a little bit scary for Scatterbrain just because of how quick the Keshik pump would have been. But yeah, this is ridiculous. New Lancers coming in. Fresh, vibrant, and hungry for Mongol blood. To see him care. He's like, oh yeah, wow, look, the unit that's meant to counter me. Too bad you're the wrong age. If Scatterbrain was going to run out of food, you could see a way in which CSO could do this, but remember, it's 2.5 deer stack so far, and he'll come back for the rest. So like this is not going to stop. We've seen this so many times from Sushi. Yeah, you've stumbled on a different tournament, mate. The Elite Classic Marine Lord Beastie fight is on weekend. KPMMs are a different one. We have quite a few known names, as you can see. I can't believe this. Like, isn't CSO riding a high? You know, best performance in a tournament he's ever had. And then meanwhile in the weeklies, just getting dismantled by a Civ that doesn't even do anything with this map. I don't know, dude. Like, in some ways, the Sushi pick here kind of feels like picking Irobids on a map that has 8 boars. This is not what I expected whatsoever. Scatterbrain, he does take a little bit of a breather to rebolster. I think you saw that CSO is almost out of food here anyway. So it's not like the game's going to get more comfortable with CSO if he's given a minute or two. The count's getting out of control now. Shivs out from the villages. I actually like that. That was smart by CSO. He needs to protect the Kashyyyks, but it's not going to work. GG gets called. Scatterbrain is leading this series. You did just hear that correctly. CSO may be doing fantastically in Elite Classic, but he's off to a rough start here in the Midweek Musters. All right. That was crazy. So, G2, we're going to have Coastal Cliffs. Let's get ready to hop in. Oop. Oh, whoops. We put it on the wrong side, didn't we? Yep. Is that all correct? It is. Wait, no, it's not. There we go. One and all, is this really happening? CSO is facing elimination in the round of 16. Scatterbrain goes to possibly his most comfortable pick, actually. We've got the Roost coming out for the 3D Clan member. Team Elephant CSO on the Chinese. We are going to be on 2x speed just for the first few minutes of this game. Coastal Cliffs is going to be our destination. And this is a pro scout off now. Both Civs love doing pro scouts. Roost is a little bit weird sometimes on this map. You don't get much value out of the triple scout play because there's not as much map to cover. So you don't need a third gathering sheep. And overall, the one from CSO that's been gathering has done well. We've got, what, 13 sheep to 13. So nicely done. I think, like, for CSO, you probably want to lame the deer if you can. Because the biggest problem you run into here is because Roost add in extra scouts, they're able to deer shove over you. CSO in the meantime. Easy Imperial Academy. We don't have high-value Barbican drops. The Barbican wouldn't be able to cover both boar. Golden Gate's going to be coming on the other side. We did get the double hunting cabin, and that is a jackpot right there. 26 gold on the one embedded between the two tree lines. Good spawn here for Scatterbrain. Is there anything good spawn-wise for CSO? Fort Gold, Backberry, Retreat, Double Deer North. His deer are pretty close together. Could be a problem with Scatterbrain open spears, but normally what we see from Roost is they don't actually participate much in Feudal Age. They're just happy to get their goodies and get out. Okay, so CSO. The question now is, does he try to deny pro scouts or just play his own? He's got 0 on gold, so it doesn't look like he's interested in playing his own right now. In fact, he goes forestry. Interesting. This early on, this has to be archers then. Mass archers into Roost? No, he's going to be Raxing. So he's trying to deny the pro scouts, but Scatterbrain, where's the deer shove? This has been very wasteful. One of the big things with Roost is you want to try to shove the deer in as much as possible. This one did get lamed. This one could have probably been pushed a little. It just saves you time on the return. In fairness, this is a very long deer shove and a bit more technical. So he just plays it safe, waits for the tech to complete, Spearmen are on the way, but Scatterbrain already has the answer. Archers are coming through. Oh boy. Okay, we're going to slow this down a little now. Because we finally do have some units coming out. And funnily enough, guys, we've actually seen Roos look pretty okay with the idea of playing into Castle Age with mass archers. I think they skill them quite well. It's a composition they can definitely afford a lot more of, courtesy of the Wooden Fortress giving additional wood. So, yeah, definitely not the worst thing to be stuck spamming into. At least we've got Horsemen now, so CSO should be able to force Scatterbrain back into his base, but he's having none of it. We've got Spearman follow-up. Still, what is the plan here for CSO? This is just an old school all-in. Danger of this is you're down to 6 sheep, and then your berries. Now, the reason that's dangerous, guys, is as the game goes on, and you have to play onto the map, Roos do have heavy knights. 1 or 2 could sneak in. And ever since Season 9 came around, with Season 10 as well, walling is a lot harder to do early on. You need to. A very difficult wall would have to be done to secure the deer. Even the boar and the berries on the south side has quite a long wall here over to the cliffs. If he's able to keep pressing Scatterbrain into his own base, he can probably take risks. Like, I kind of dig the idea of CSO moving out towards either deer or boar this early on. It can be a little bit risky because what you'd see is your production would be cut while your opponent is teching. So your dive point kind of gets thrown off scale a little. Looks like Pro Scouts are going to be bringing the goodies home. Horsemen look to intercept. Nice drop just in time there, Spears. Are doing a good job of minimizing the damage the Horsemen are capable of here. Yeah, it kind of just feels bad. You have to kill the Scouts, but by targeting them, you're just trading poorly into Spears. Let's get the 1 kill there. Archers are now starting to arrive. It feels like, wait, it's a Barbican. CSO. Oh, come on. I mean, there's a perfect position if you can get in there. No, he plays it safer. So we need vision on the tree line, and they're going to die him. This is so cheesy. It makes sense, by the way. Your opponent starts spamming archers, and if he goes Castle Age, he's going to spam horse archers. It's a double tree line. We said it was great for the hunting cabin, but it's even better for this. CSO. You vile monster. Outpost and outpost. I mean, wait, what? CSO, no. He needs more people. Wait, no. This looks so good, but this wooden fortress, is he really willing to die over this? It's going up. It will get garrisoned. CSO is committing. What? No way does this work. This can't work. The villager building died. CSO hasn't realized. No textiles either. He targets the archers to allow the spim to come back in. Remember, the wooden fortress has almost 2,000 HP. And all archers are dead. So now, Scatterbrain's units get to participate. He can also still repair. Like, he's throwing away the game. I'm so confused right now. I mean, sure, your opponent would have some trees to work with here the Barbican would touch, but not much. CSO felt like he couldn't let him have anything. This is over. Look at the macro. Scatterbrain is going to tech shortly. And the wooden fortress isn't going down. Meanwhile, CSO's entire eco lead is gone. And he calls it. Okay, GG is going to be a 2-0 stomp. And that means we will not get treated to Louis MT versus CSO. Which always looks like a strategic dodge, to be honest with you. It's going to be Scatterbrained against Louis MT. Because, of course, Anatan had to forfeit this week. Scatterbrain best 3D player? Bro, could we end up with a full 3D clan finals? Poggers? Yeah, so let me just fill in, because we basically got the picture painted now of what our semi is going to be. A little bit of a quicker week than we would have liked. Courtesy of a forfeiture. So we're going to have Scatterbrained making it through to his best performance ever in Midweek Masters. He's made semifinals. For Louis MT, this is an all too familiar feeling. Been here, done this a cajillion times. And what I'm checking is whether we're going to have that semis today. I doubt it, because there's been no response from Louis. Surprised he lost to Scatterbrain. Yeah, it felt like game 2 just felt weird. It just felt like a bit of a script from CSO, but like game 1 was at least, I think, Scatterbrain just really surprised him by not needing to play the map and just winning. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, did he actually need to rush that outpost? Because my thought is, if you have vision from a scout and you have the barbican on one side, and then you just place an outpost a little bit further away from the wooden fortress, you can still block your opponent's wood entirely. I don't know, it just felt very greedy to go that deep. Wonder what the thought process was in his brain. Maybe he's like, oh, I got a dentist appointment, let's make this fast. I win or lose with this play. Alright, I don't think we're going to get a response on this. Do we call it on a 4-hour stream? I mean, we've been live only 4 hours, but we have covered all of the midweek muster games that we have. Yeah, I really thought that Dumu would be around today. I don't know. Sorry, I'm just reading something from one of my influencers. But yeah, Chim's not responding to the sec. And I don't see any communications from Louis and Scatterbrain. Because Scatterbrain had suggested 4 o'clock today, like an hour ago. And there was no response. KP to Conk starts today? Oh, I don't think so. Guys, I made it clear like what the conditions for that are. If we become like a 700, 750 viewer average, Andy, we'll do our Road to Conk series. Gotta set yourself milestones, man. You know, like when you're like, oh, I'm going to have myself a Cadbury's cream egg, but you don't get the Cadbury's cream egg until you've done your workout. You know? Can't just do things. Checking on YouTube. Wait, has YouTube chat been showing up? I feel like YouTube chat has not been appearing for some reason. It was earlier, and then I think it like stopped. It is appearing there, right? I think it is. It's just not been appearing in... What's happening? Sorry, YouTube. I am seeing you. Like, your comments were appearing earlier. I don't know why they stopped. Maybe something happened with the webhook? It's very weird. Let me have a look. Platforms, YouTube. Account. Yeah, dude, it keeps... my bad, YouTube. I think you were appearing in the chat earlier. I could have sworn you were. Sorry about that, guys. I'll keep an eye on that. Basically, every time I need to manually activate it. YouTube just makes it so awkward to live stream because, for those that don't know, every time you do a YouTube stream, you have to create a new key and post it. So where that becomes very annoying is when you try to integrate chat bots, you have to basically go back and like update the connection point each time. So sorry about that, YouTube. I haven't been ignoring you on purpose. All right. Yeah, we'll just have to remember that when we activate the bot each time. First pick Otto? Dude, like, Ottoman's is S tier. You know this, Marine Lord. I'm expecting it in your draft against Beastie. First pick, right? I mean, Enlightened Horizon's there, right? It's a very good, very, very good serve. And also, he loves Ottomans, to my understanding. Like, the most obsessed with Ottoman players, you're looking at B, Louis, CSO, Anatand, right? Not necessarily the order, but like those are the ones that are absolutely in love with that civ. Okay. Well, my food is ready. It would have been nice to have had someone to come back to cast, but like I don't fancy coming back to cast pub games today. So I think we'll just have a little bit of a short stream. It balances out. We've done 9 hours yesterday. By the way, guys, if you haven't clicked on this link yet, do them a favor. They sponsored us. They sponsored this community. They believed in it. We played it last night on stream. Go check the VODs if you're curious. Or just click that link, have a look yourself. They've got a sale on right now. Really cool game, actually. I will probably play that some more off stream. Diplomacy is not an option. Also, other thing you got to make sure you do is, of course, Opera GX. If you're on YouTube, you can see it in the description. Exclamation mark Opera GX. They're working with us. The second time they've come back to support the channel. They believe in you guys that much. I want to see that number go up. I reckon you guys can achieve 300. Like the Spartans, at least. Make me proud. Sign up today. It's free to do. It is a Chromium browser, so it has familiar features to Chrome, Firefox, etc., but can be made a lot more lean. You can control things like CPU RAM so that you don't use too much performance, which is pretty damn useful for us Age of Empires 4 gamers, because if you haven't got a $4,500 PC, the game tends to chug and hog every single ounce of resource you have. So you kind of need to free up space if you like frame rates. But with that, I think we'll get ready to round out. We will be back. Next stream is on Thursday. I will post on Reddit as well as our Discord when we will be going live. Exclamation mark Discord. Make sure you're joining our Discord. I ping when I go live. I put out announcements on upcoming things. We are going to have another show match on Friday as well. It's looking like it's probably going to be Anatan versus B, best of 9, featuring the recent new maps we had. I don't think we'll be squeezing in another one, but we'll have a very interestingly themed roster of maps to play through. So yeah, it should be a fun Friday as well as Thursday. Remember, Thursday, we're going to have semis into grand finals. Unemployed in parents' basement. Are you like listing your CV to us? I'm confused. You mean me? You think we can afford a basement? Oh, you're a funny guy. You're a funny guy. Oh wait, yeah, he was responding to that. I didn't see Dynamite above. Poor guy. Wait, you guys can afford basements? Bruh. Alright. Anyway, yo, is that my boy Dupes coming in? And end of the stream, my friend. Yo, Dupey, we gotta make you a streamer. That's what's gonna happen in the future. This is a fresh trim, looking clean. Oh, what? This? What, the hair? Hell no, dude. I haven't had a haircut in like 2+ months. I do keep like digging the white overall look. I was saying, like, I feel like I'm in a Puff Daddy music video from the 80s, you know? Oh, this. Yeah, it's just how we always do it. We just go, done. It's just our regular. Oh. It's like in some ways low maintenance. I think the annoying thing is like each time I shave it, I feel like I'm shaving it a little bit thinner. It's a pain in the ass. I am envious of the people that just have the perfect shade. You know, the one where it's just like the Gillette advert, man. I'm like, bruh, that's gotta be pretty nice. Oh, no. The first time viewer wasn't tossing the heckle on me. I didn't realize at the time Barbear was responding to Dynamite Chill about his profession. So we didn't need to call him like Basement Dweller. He'd already called himself one. Bless him. But actually, like, you know what? I was just thinking, oh, that's the other thing I forgot this week. Grand Finals for Elite Classic will be working the Sunday. So we will be there on the weekend to see it all through. Beastie, Marine Lord, Lou MT, CSO will be happening the day before. And then I'll have the third Grand Final. I think it's probably going to be Marine Lord versus... It actually might be Marine Lord versus CSO. I think it'll be... Marine Lord Beastie will probably go... It's either 6 or 7 games, but I think Marine Lord wins. And then... CSO just actually, like, does very well against Louis. I don't know if that'll be better or worse for Marine Lord, because Marine Lord did get spanked by Louis in the group stage, right? CSO is almost... I feel like playstyle-wise, Marine Lord probably resonates more with Louis. CSO is a bit more of a wild card, almost like Lucifroni Vortex at times. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited, man. I love that we've got 2 Chinese players in the top 4 for Age of Empires 4. That's a nice look. I hope we keep getting that diversification. We might need to get some NA boys a little bit deeper. Puppy Paw, of course, got ripped in the round of 6. But YouTube, I'm going to end the stream now. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all on Thursday. Remember, join the Discord, check on Reddit. We will post when the same